Chapter 410. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Riding the intermediate star magic vessel, Yang Feng crossed more than 100 celestial bodies. Traveling in a straight line, he finally crossed the planar star river's inner layer and arrived at the core area. Along the way, Yang Feng also encountered some astral life forms, but they were either slain by him, or he steered the star magic vessel to move along the astral passageway, avoiding them. At the same time, Yang Feng also collected a lot of astral stones and astral gold along the way. In the astral boundary, astral stones and astral gold weren't uncommon. However, they were consumables and many astral secret treasures had to be consumed. Besides, apart from the astral boundary, they were practically extinct in other places, which was why they were so expensive. On this day, in front of a celestial body in the core area of the astral boundary, the space distorted, and an intermediate star magic vessel slowly flew out. After the star magic vessel flew out of the space, a dense swarm of reconnaissance aircrafts flew out and scattered in all directions. Every time Yang Feng approached a celestial body, he would release 100,000 reconnaissance aircrafts to search for traces of the semiplane. These days, more than 10 million reconnaissance aircrafts have been scattered in the planar star river, searching for traces of the semiplane. Something seems to be missing. Sitting on the star magic vessel, Yang Feng carefully studied the taboo text in his hand. He put the taboo text aside and looked at the vast starry sky, and a feeling of loneliness and desolation welled up in him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. Who knows what he was thinking, but he revealed a smile. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. It seems that I still lack beautiful women to accompany me. If it's safe, I'll take Eunice and the others with me next time. Traces of a suspected semiplane have been found. Suddenly Yang Feng's sea of knowledge trembled, and a mechanical voice sounded. There's a clue. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly browsed through the specific information, and his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. It turns out to be near a celestial body I passed by not long ago. Yang Feng immediately silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel, and a black ray suddenly entered the star magic vessel. With a flash of devilish light, the star path suddenly appeared, and the star magic vessel immediately passed through the star path and flew towards the distance. With a wave of distortion, the star magic ship passed through the astral path and appeared on another planet. With a flash of black light, it suddenly flew toward the west of that planet. The black light flew for a long time in the astral plane and suddenly stopped in front of a reconnaissance plane. This is the suspected existence of a half-plane. Standing on the reconnaissance plane, Yang Feng looked into the distance with a scorching look in his eyes. Not far away from the reconnaissance plane, there was a continent floating in the void. The continent was like an island floating in the astral world. It was only 300 kilometers in radius and was shrouded in a thin layer of atmosphere, as if there were no signs of life. Yang Feng flew to the floating continent, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the continent, and cast the level 4 spell plane will detect. With Yang Feng as the center, magic ripples that were difficult to see with the naked eye spread in all directions. After a long time, the ripples shrouded the continent, and then trembled slightly and transmitted inhuman fluctuations. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. That's right, this is a semiplane that can grow continuously. It's also the main material to refine a true divine country. A semiplane that could grow continuously was the main material to refine a divine country. Without a semiplane, even gods couldn't refine their own divine country out of thin air. Without a divine kingdom of their own, the divine spirits were inferior to the other divine spirits, and they lacked a sense of security. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a fist-sized black secret treasure semiplane seal sphere suddenly flew out and landed on the semiplane. Black rays of light rushed out of the demiplane sealing sphere and shot towards the demiplane below. Under the illumination of the black light, the demiplane slowly shrank inch by inch. Even with a specialized secret treasure, it was still very strenuous for Yang Feng to seal a semiplane with his great warlock rank cultivation base. 10 days passed in an instant and the demiplane finally shrunk to the size of a fist and flew towards the demiplane sealing sphere inch by inch. Suddenly Yang Feng's face flickered and he looked north. A warship that was over 1,000 meters long and was completely forged from white jade dragon bone, and it gave off a terrifying dragon's might. It was similar to the star magic ship. On the battleship, there were several hundred experts from the dragon clan with dragon horns and handsome appearances. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of dragon aura and their faces were filled with arrogance. In the center of the warship, There was a litter decorated with countless fist-sized pearls, covered in starry sky warlock rank tiger-type extraordinary life form fur, and inlaid with countless bright gems. In the luxurious litter sat a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. He had a pair of golden dragon horns on his head, and his eyes flickered with golden light, full of majesty and domineeringness. When Yang Feng saw the dragon expert sitting in the luxurious litter, his heart shook slightly, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. This fellow isn't easy to deal with. The golden horn dragon expert dressed in a white robe glanced indifferently at Yang Feng. His golden eyes radiated excitement, and he uttered loftily, "Semi-plane. Not bad, I didn't come all the way from the Plain of Dragons to the core area of the Planar Star River in vain. Demon, hand over the semi-plane and scram. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone." Dragons were one of the apex existences of extraordinary life forms. In terms of individual strength alone, the strength of the dragon clan was far above that of the devil clan. If it wasn't for the low reproductive ability of pure dragons, and the scarcity of primordial dragons, archaic dragons and immemorial dragons, the warlock emperors of the 7 warlock dynasties might not have been able to suppress the Plain of Dragons. According to legend, when the founder of the first warlock dynasty, the Time Lord, ascended to the throne and suppressed the Plain of Dragons, he once fought with a primordial dragon of the Plain of Dragons. Although he managed to suppress the primordial dragon, he was also gravely injured. In the end he died young and died young. Of course, there were also legends that the Time Lord was seriously injured by the many archgods of the Zhangji Plain when he fought with them, leading to his early death. No matter what kind of legend it was, there were several stories of primordial dragons fighting with the Time Lord. The strength of dragons could be well imagined. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and the semi-plane seal sphere opened and devoured the shrunken semi-plane. He put it away and sneered coldly, "I am the demon commander Kuei Wolf, a subordinate of the demon emperor Cartman. You bastard, you want to threaten me? Do you want to be exterminated?" A very beautiful dragon expert smiled coldly, took a step forward and barked, "A trifling demon emperor dares to threaten His Highness Delican. What a fool. Lowly demon commander, the sir in front of you is His Highness Delican, the 9th son of the Plain of Dragons archaic 8-headed gold dragon King Brannies. Why don't you kneel down and repent for your sins? Do you want your race to be exterminated? Even junior demon gods have to be respectful in front of His Majesty Brannies. Who do you think you are?" Delican's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and he said coldly, "Enough. Kadi, this demon ant dares to provoke me. The few of you go and exterminate him." "Yes, Your Highness." A dozen-plus dragon experts bowed towards Delican in salute. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and battle robots flew out of the dimensional badge. The situation could break out at any moment. At this moment, whistling sounds came from afar, and a fearsome black demonic wind gushed out from the depths of the Planar Star River and swept towards everyone. In the wake of the fearsome black demonic wind, bright stars dimmed and disappeared from the starry sky. When Delican saw the black demonic wind suddenly appear in the distance, his complexion changed dramatically and he cried out, "Shit! Star River Dark Storm." On the huge white jade dragon bone warship, the faces of all the experts of the dragon clan changed greatly. They quickly chanted incantations and cast powerful spells on themselves. Star River Dark Storm was a terrifying natural disaster of the Planar Star River. Once a star was hit by it, it would be extinguished. Even if it was a bright world warlock rank expert, their fleshly body would be extinguished and their soul shattered by the Star River Dark Storm full of dark energy. As long as a great warlock rank expert was grazed by it, only death would await them. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel. A twisted passageway suddenly appeared. The astral passageway twisted wildly and became chaotic. Clearly it was greatly affected by the Star River Dark Storm, and became extremely unstable. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and steered the star magic vessel towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Once he was hit by the Star River Dark Storm, he would be dead. This was the only choice he could make. Delican's complexion changed several times, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and magic light enveloped the white jade dragon bone warship. The white jade dragon bone warship exuded astral aura, and light enveloped it and entered the void. A huge hole suddenly appeared, and a twisted and chaotic astral passageway appeared in front of the white jade dragon bone warship, which looked like it could collapse at any time. The white jade dragon bone warship also flew into the astral path without hesitation, leaving traces of light in its wake. Chapter 411. On a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see, the space in midair twisted, and a white jade dragon bone warship flew out shakily and landed on the ground. As soon as Delican flew out of the white jade dragon bone warship, he cast the spell Dragon Eye and pointed at the sky. A golden vertical eye like that of a giant dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, looking in all directions. Delican's eyes flashed with excitement and he laughed out loud. Here, could it be that place? Haha, it seems that my luck is really good. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a 300-meter tall, glistening emerald green tree suddenly flew out of the space and landed on the ground. A peerlessly beautiful high elven girl with a pair of pointed ears, dressed in emerald green leaf armor, and exuding the aura of nature flew out of the huge tree and looked at the huge spherical mountain range in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Is this the place? How lucky. It seems that I haven't wasted the past dozen-plus years in vain. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a huge meteorite 1,000 meters in diameter shot out of the space and landed on the ground. A 100-meter-tall bald giant clad in a layer of armor walked out of the meteorite, holding a huge beast bone in his hand. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a demonic ship surrounded by demonic chi flew out of the space and landed on the ground. This scene continued to play out in this endless continent. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a battered intermediate star magic vessel flew out of the space and landed shakily on the ground. When the intermediate star magic vessel was about to hit the ground, Yang Feng suddenly flew out of the star magic vessel, operated the dimensional crest, and stored the star magic vessel away. What is this place? Yang Feng looked around and saw that the surroundings were lush with all kinds of rare plants. At the same time, the continent was filled with formidable life magic energy. With a thought, Yang Feng activated the dimensional badge, and countless drones suddenly flew out from the dimensional badge and flew in all directions of the continent. Yang Feng took out a phone-like holographic projector and pressed it. Beams of light shot out from the holographic projector and formed a holographic projection in midair, gradually projecting the terrain of this continent. When an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew over an emerald green lake, a water arrow shot out from the lake and instantly pierced through the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The water arrow then sucked the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft into the lake. When an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft passed by a tree that was thousands of meters tall, a huge blue flower suddenly bloomed, and a blue light enveloped the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft immediately fell into the mouth of the tree and disappeared. Unmanned surveillance drones flew around the strange continent, gathering information about the terrain, but they were destroyed by the terrifying extraordinary creatures that covered the entire continent. Yang Feng looked at the images of the drones being destroyed, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. What a dangerous place. This should be a rare life star in the astral boundary. Furthermore, it's a high-level life star that can give birth to powerful extraordinary life forms. Life stars were very rare in the astral boundary, and they were divided into 4 grades: low-level life stars, middle-level life stars, high-level life stars, and superior life stars. Low-level life stars could only give birth to level 3 warlock rank experts at most. Middle-level life stars could give birth to starry sky warlock rank experts. Superior-level life stars could give birth to glorious dawn warlock rank experts. Superior-level life stars could give birth to invincible experts comparable to the 7 warlock emperors. Of course, superior-level life stars were very rare in the astral boundary. Only the few warlock emperors and their strongest subordinates had encountered them while traveling in the astral boundary. Is this the legendary planar celestial sphere? A place that can give birth to a semi-plane seed. Yang Feng's face suddenly flickered, and he willed, and a certain place in the holographic projection of the continent was instantly enlarged. In the center of the vast continent, there was a huge hemispherical mountain range, from which traces of desolate and ancient aura diffused. In the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range, there was a dazzling light spreading in all directions. According to legend, in the core area of a planar star river, there were some life stars that could give birth to semiplanes. These life stars were called planar celestial spheres. In the astral boundary, this was one of the few places where semiplane seeds could be obtained. In the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range, there was a place where semiplane seeds could be nurtured. Yang Feng willed, and dozens of drones flew towards the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range. The dozens of drones had just flown to the vicinity of a dense forest when a terrifying astral world creature with a height of 100 meters, a crocodile-like head, a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and a long tail that resembled a giant dragon suddenly flew up, opened its mouth and inhaled. A whirlpool appeared in the mouth of the astral life form, and the drones flew into the mouth of the astral life form. Yang Feng's face flickered and he willed, and the drones flew towards the huge hemispherical mountain range from all directions. The 100-meter-long astral thunderbirds surrounded by lightning seemed to be alarmed by something. They suddenly flew out of their nests and flew towards the unmanned drones. Bolts of lightning flashed and the drones fell from the sky one after another. In the middle of a desert, a sand-like yellow storm suddenly took shape and swept toward the sky. One by one, the drones were swallowed up by the terrifying storm and disappeared. Such a scene was not uncommon on the celestial life form. Not a single drone could reach the huge hemispherical mountain range before it was wiped out by the extraordinary life forms along the way. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the hemispherical mountain range, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint. The planar celestial sphere should be located on a high-level life celestial body. These high-level life celestial bodies can give birth to glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses at most. However, astral life forms don't have the wisdom of human warlocks, so there's nothing to fear. Watch as I crush my way through. A semiplane seed was more than 100 times more difficult to obtain than a complete semiplane. Only the 7 warlock emperors and other powerful beings of the same rank could freely enter and exit planar stars and easily obtain a semiplane seed. Otherwise, even if it was an infinity warlock rank powerhouse or a clone of a strong divine force rank god, they would have to rely on luck to obtain a semiplane seed. Since Yang Feng had a chance to obtain a semiplane seed, he didn't want to let it go. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a level 1 mobile fortified stronghold appeared in front of him. Yang Feng quickly entered the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold, installed a top-notch warp gate and activated it. The doors of the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold opened, and a steady stream of bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, starry sky rippers, and other battle robots poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Not long after, a huge mechanical army poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Since the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold had just been manufactured, most of the leveled 8 battle robots weren't discarded. Instead, they were modified and their weapon systems were replaced, and then directly transported from the Tyrandot subcontinent to be used as cannon fodder. After the bladed robots and other battle robots were replaced with new weapons and equipment, although their performance was still far inferior to that of the new robots, but their destructive power was dramatically enhanced. Yang Feng looked at the dense mechanical legion, mused for a while, and then entered an ordinary mechanical shield troop, and then stayed away from a special captain's mech. The special captain's mech was red, 12 meters tall, forged entirely from divine blood steel, and equipped with a small positron cannon. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, they would be seriously injured if hit by the small positron cannon. After Yang Feng hid inside the mechanical shield troop, he operated the mechanical shield troop to stay away from the captain's mech. Although the performance of the captain's mech was far greater than that of an ordinary mech, but the risk was also great. It was very easy to attract the siege of powerhouses. After more than 1 million battle robots poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold, the engines of the battle robots started, and they turned into a torrent of steel that sped towards the hemispherical mountain range. Before long, an extremely dense forest covered by 100-meter-tall giant trees, through which not a trace of light could penetrate, appeared in front of the mechanical legion. The bladed troops' engines roared, and they rushed to the giant trees in a few leaps and bounds. They brandished the super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands and slashed at the giant trees. One after another, the giant trees were directly chopped into two by the bladed troops. Lumps of blood-like sap abruptly flowed out from the severed parts. Chapter 4:12. As if poking a hornet's nest, the roots of the giant trees in the forest were uprooted, and countless thick rattans swept towards the bladed troops like sharp arrows. Within a breath's time, 20 bladed troops were directly wrapped by the thick tree vines. The terrifying tree vines forcefully contracted. Shortly after, the protective covers of the bladed troops were crushed, and the bladed troops were squeezed to the point that they started to distort and deform. The bladed troops in the rear weren't afraid in the slightest. As if a steel flood, they plunged into the forest, brandishing their super high-frequency oscillation blades and chopping down the giant trees one by one. No matter how tricky the rattans of the giant trees were, they were all chopped down by the bladed troops one by one, forcibly clearing out a huge passage in the dense forest. In an unreasonable manner, the terrifying mechanical legion quickly carved out a path in the forest that originally didn't have the slightest path. If Yang Feng had come here alone, just this huge forest would have given him a huge headache. The giant trees in this extraordinary plant forest weren't strong, only around level 2 extraordinary life forms. However, the number of extraordinary plants in the tens of thousands would even give Starry Sky Warlock some headaches. The giant tree-type extraordinary plants also had some low intelligence. After hundreds of thousands of their compatriots fell under the blades of the terrifying mechanical legion, they also gave birth to traces of fear. Many of the giant tree-type extraordinary plants uprooted themselves and fled towards other places. After passing through the huge forest, a grassland full of lush green grass appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. The figures of a dozen bladed troops shook, and they flew into the grassland. The lush green grass suddenly shot up as if sharp arrows and shot towards the bladed troops. The dozen bladed troops instantly opened their protective covers, blocking the green grass. As if enraged, the green grass in the grassland shot out countless green grass, turning into a dense rain of arrows that shot towards the bladed troops. The arrows hit the bladed troops' protective covers, producing sounds akin to rain hitting banana leaves. The gunner troops equipped with flamethrowers suddenly flew out, and sprayed long fire dragons towards the green grass in the grassland. The raging flames burned the transcendent grass in the grassland into ashes, and the terrifying flames spread in all directions. Countless astral insects of all shapes and sizes flew out from the dense green grass, forming a terrifying insect cloud that swept towards the battle robots. The dense swarm of insects rolled out, swallowing more than 30 bladed troops walking at the forefront, and their protective covers were instantly shattered. When the insect cloud flew out again, the 30-plus bladed troops were blackened, tattered, full of bumps and holes, and turned into piles of scrap iron, no longer able to budge. The gunner troops equipped with flamethrowers charged forward madly. Flames enveloped the sky and swept towards the insect cloud, turning the swarm of astral insects into fireballs that fell from midair. In the sea of fire, large swathes of astral insects died, and the dense insect cloud disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge mechanical legion didn't stop advancing. It continued to advance while killing the astral insects. The insect cloud formed by the astral insects disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the astral insects suddenly scattered and fled in different directions. Yang Feng, hidden within the huge mechanical legion, passed through the dangerous grassland that could devour great warlock rank experts. At the edge of the grassland, a huge mountain range could be seen. The towering mountain peaks blocked the line of sight of Yang Feng and company. Bladed troops equipped with flight equipment rose into the air and flew into the distance. The sound of the bladed troops' engines alarmed the extraordinary life forms hidden in the mountain peaks. A 100-meter-long astral storm falcon shrouded in gales, a 200-meter-long astral dragon-winged centipede with a pair of dragon wings, and a 10-meter-long astral thunder lion shrouded in lightning flew out of the mountain peaks and rushed over. The astral storm falcon was born with the power to manipulate wind elemental particles. After reaching adulthood, it possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength. As soon as it appeared, a cold glint flashed in its eyes, and the mysterious natural wind magic pattern on its forehead flickered with radiance. Streams of wind elemental particles revolved around its body, and in the next moment, extremely violent wind blades chopped towards the bladed troops one after another. When the violent wind blades slashed at the bladed troops' energy shields, they split the bladed troops' energy shields and cut them into countless parts that fell from the sky. The astral world dragon-winged centipede opened its mouth and sprayed out a black beam of light, which exploded on a bladed troop. It easily penetrated the bladed troop's protective cover and fell on the bladed troop's body, corroding it into a pile of black poisonous liquid, which sprinkled on the ground from the sky and issued sizzling sounds. The astral thunder lion's whole body flickered with lightning. Lightning, as if lightning snakes, descended from the sky and bombarded the bladed troops. The bladed troops' protective covers as well as the bodies inside were charred black, and the bladed troops fell from the sky. Suddenly, starry sky rippers ejected from the countless battle robots and rushed towards the 3 quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral life forms. The astral dragon-winged centipede opened its maw, and dozens of black beams suddenly shot out, pierced through the energy shields of dozens of starry sky rippers, slammed into the bodies of the dozens of starry sky rippers, and corroded them into poisonous liquid. But in the next moment, nearly 100 starry sky rippers appeared beside the astral dragon-winged centipede and slashed at the astral dragon-winged centipede with super high-frequency oscillation blades. Along with miserable screams, the astral dragon-winged centipede suffered hundreds of injuries, and the pair of dragon wings on its back was chopped into pieces by the starry sky rippers. In an instant, the astral dragon-winged centipede and the starry sky rippers both suffered heavy losses. Before the astral dragon-winged centipede could react, it was chopped into countless pieces by the starry sky rippers and fell from the sky. On the other side, the astral thunder lion erupted with countless lightning snakes and flashes of lightning, and dozens of starry sky rippers were smashed into pieces. The starry sky rippers were crushed. Railgun beams fired from below slammed into the astral thunder lion and blasted it into pieces, and it fell from the sky. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the astral storm eagle rode a gust of wind and fled into the distance. A ferocious and tyrannical aura gushed out from the mountain range, and an astral beast more than 500 meters long, looking like a small mountain with a pair of huge fleshy wings, a snake-like head, sharp teeth, a sharp sword-like tail, sharp bone spurs on its back, a strange magic rune on its forehead, and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out. The eyes of the huge astral beast flickered with cruel and tyrannical light, and it looked at the astral storm eagle. The quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral storm eagle screamed, and strange pustules appeared on its body, and then it burst open and turned into a pile of pus that spilled on the ground. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the mechanical legion, frowned, and his scalp turned numb. Damn it. I ran into the most annoying enemy. This is a moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form, and one with the innate talent of curses. Moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms with the innate talent of curses were extremely terrifying. Some moonlight warlock rank curse extraordinary life forms could cast a curse on a warlock family for generations, making them suffer for eternity. The curse of some moonlight warlock rank curse extraordinary life forms could kill all the people of the same bloodline in a bloodline warlock family. In planar adventures, what human warlocks hated the most was to encounter such freaks with the innate talent of curses. As soon as the astral beast appeared, the massive mechanical legion's heavy firepower poured down on the astral beast in a frenzy. Countless super electromagnetic guns formed a rain of light that blasted toward the astral beast, completely sealing off the space it had to dodge. The astral beast's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and spatial fluctuations surged from it. When the railgun beams slammed into the astral beast, they twisted, and then slammed into the mountain behind it, blasting holes in the mountain. The astral beast opened its mouth and inhaled, and a vortex suddenly appeared in front of it. The starry sky rippers were sucked into the vortex by the terrifying suction force, collided with each other, and shattered into piles of broken parts. Hundreds of starry sky rippers plunged into the terrifying maelstrom and were crushed to pieces. The Type 1 space disruptor launched, and spatial interference ripples suddenly appeared and enveloped the astral beast. The spatial ripples on the astral beast instantly disappeared, and the densely packed super electromagnetic gun blasted its body like raindrops, tearing apart its protective scales. In an instant, countless bloody holes the size of toothpicks appeared on its body. Chapter 413. A black light flashed on the astral beast's body, and the numerous wounds on its body quickly healed in a somewhat despairing manner. The dense bombardment of the super electromagnetic gun seemed to have no effect, and the damage to the astral beast was completely healed in an instant. The astral beast opened its mouth, and a black beam of light shot out from its mouth, sweeping towards the mechanical army below. In the area enveloped by the black beam of light, the battle robots collapsed and shattered. Even if they activated their energy shields, they still couldn't resist the black beam of light in the slightest. After the black beam of light disappeared, a huge fan-shaped ravine extending for more than a dozen kilometers appeared on the ground. The ravine was littered with the remains of countless melted battle robots. With just one attack from the astral beast, more than 80,000 main battle robots were destroyed. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the rear of the mechanical legion, couldn't help but have his complexion change greatly. He calmly slowed down and quietly hid in a hidden corner at the rear of the mechanical legion. After the 80,000 battle robots were destroyed, a look of exhaustion streaked past the astral beast's eyes, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped it. In the next moment, the astral beast instantly appeared in the middle of the mechanical legion and extended its claw towards the captain mech. After the surrounding space disruptors were destroyed, the astral beast could freely use spatial force to shuttle through space. The captain mech activated an energy shield. At the same time, the small positron cannon on its shoulder fired at the astral beast's claw. With a dazzling radiance, the positron beam slammed into the claw of the astral beast and blasted a bloody hole in it. That astral beast did not dodge or evade. It swiped down with its claws. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It grabbed the captain's mech in its hand and squeezed it hard, crushing it into pieces. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the distance, felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. If he was hiding in the flashy captain mech, he would have been crushed by the astral demonic hand by now. The densely packed gravity spheres blasted out from the mechanical army and bombarded the body of the astral beast. The astral beast's body sank and it fell to the ground. Type 1 frost manipulators suddenly stepped forward and shot at the astral beast's wings with freezing guns in their hands. Rays of freezing light shot at the wings of the astral beast. Immediately, huge chunks of ice formed on the wings of the astral beast, and a terrifying icy force spread towards the body of the astral beast. Starry sky rippers suddenly shot out and flew towards the astral beast's tail. The super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands slashed wildly, cutting the astral beast's tail into a bloody mess and riddled it with scars. The artillery robots were holding small positron cannons. They were like small turrets as they fired at the astral beast's eyes. A dense rain of positron beams slammed into the astral beast's head and blasted open fist-sized bloody holes. One of the astral beast's eyes was shattered. The astral beast's tail suddenly moved, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless afterimages that bombarded the surroundings. Wherever the afterimages passed, all the starry sky rippers were smashed and turned into countless parts that splashed in all directions. The astral beast raised its wings, and the chunks of ice covering its wings were shattered one by one. A faint black mist surged on the body of the astral beast. Its shattered right eye and battered body were completely healed in an instant. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It has the ability to curse and has an almost undying recovery ability. What a troublesome existence. As soon as the astral beast recovered, its eyes flashed with an extremely fierce light. It opened its mouth, and a black beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, sweeping towards the huge mechanical army. In the wake of the black beam of light, the battle robots were shattered and turned into countless parts scattered on the ground. A fan-shaped ravine extending for more than a dozen kilometers appeared again, and the 100,000 battle robots were completely destroyed by the astral beast's attack. After releasing such powerful and wide-ranging attacks in succession, a trace of exhaustion streaked past the astral beast's eyes. Starry sky rippers suddenly erupted with a terrifying speed of Mach 10, flying towards the astral beast from all directions. Among the mechanical legion, a captain robot flew out again, fired a positron beam, and slammed into the astral beast's head, blasting open a fist-sized bloody hole. The astral beast was instantly enraged by this provocation. Spatial light shone all over its body. In an instant, it traversed through space and appeared in front of the captain's mech. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down, crushing the captain's mech in one bite and swallowing it. A dense rain of gravity spheres blasted out in an instant and hit the astral beast. The astral beast's body sank again and it fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng released the Ark Battlestar. The main cannon of the Ark interstellar battleship was fully charged. A bright light shone, and a terrifying beam of light containing destructive power descended from the sky. It was like a hammer of divine punishment descending on the human world, and it smashed into the body of the astral beast. Under the bombardment of the fearsome beam of light, the astral beast's upper body was blasted to pieces. After the beam of light destroyed the astral beast's upper body, it continued to blast open a 100-meter-tall, bottomless hole on the ground behind it. After the attack, the light from the main cannon of the Ark astral battleship dimmed, and it slowly began to charge. After the upper body of the astral beast was destroyed by the main cannon of the interstellar battleship, the remaining lower body continued to squirm, and the dense granulation tissue grew rapidly in a very strange manner. Countless starry sky rippers suddenly flew out like a swarm of locusts and flew towards the remaining lower body of the astral beast in a flash. They frantically slashed at the lower body of the astral beast, chopping it into countless pieces. The engineering robots quickly flew forward, collected the remaining pieces of the astral beast's flesh, and put them into transparent crystal containers. The astral beast's remaining lower body was quickly shredded by the starry sky rippers, revealing a fist-sized astral core. After the astral core was taken away by the engineering robots, the astral beast's remaining body suddenly lost its vitality and could no longer regenerate. Engineering robots quickly flew to the area to search, and finally found 2 more astral realm magic cores like that. After fiddling with the 3 astral beast cores for a while, Yang Feng willed and threw them into the magical mechanical cloak. At the same time, he also threw the astral beast's remains he collected into the magical mechanical cloak. When the three monster cores and the astral beast's remains entered the magical mechanical cloak, rays of light rushed out and shone on the three monster cores and the remains. Countless liquid metal nano-robots and other minerals were injected into the magical mechanical cloak. The three magic cores and the astral beast remains absorbed the superculture liquid containing countless liquid metal nano-robots and strangely condensed into a heart that beat continuously. From that space, countless mechanical tentacles extended out like blood vessels and pierced into the heart, eroding and controlling the heart of the astral realm magical beast. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. In this way, as long as I'm strong enough, I can transform into a Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast. The Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast was extremely powerful. Yang Feng used the Battlestar's primary artillery to seal the astral beast's spatial ability and movement ability, and then heavily injured it. Even among Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms, this astral beast was a first-class existence. If he could transform into this astral beast, Yang Feng's strength would be greatly enhanced. After killing the astral beast, no astral beasts dared to block his way in the surroundings of the mountain range. The huge mechanical legion rose into the air and flew towards the other side of the mountain range. Somewhere in the forest of the continent, a demon commander rank expert radiated demonic light and brandished his claws wildly, turning into countless claw afterimages that cut off countless tree vines. The hundreds and thousands of giant trees and extraordinary plants had already surrounded the demon commander. Countless tendrils stabbed towards the demon commander. The demon commander rank powerhouse struggled to hold on. Suddenly, a dark gold vine ejected from the earth and pierced the demon commander rank powerhouse. The demon commander rank powerhouse issued a miserable scream, struggled a few times, and then was sucked dry and turned into a mummy. Somewhere in the mountain range of the continent, an astral beast more than 200 meters long, resembling a huge flying snake, with a pair of wings on its ribs, no eyes and sharp beast-like teeth, flew in the sky. Surrounding the astral beast were hundreds of dragons of various colors, who had returned to their original form. The dragons belched dragon breaths barreling towards the astral beast. The space around the astral beast distorted, and the dragon breaths were warped to the side. It flapped its wings, flew to in front of a 50-meter-long dragon, opened its ferocious maw at a frightening angle of 270 degrees, then snapped shut in an instant and swallowed the dragon, sputtering a copious amount of blood. Chapter 4:14. Seeing this scene, Delican, who had already transformed into a three-headed golden dragon, felt a chill in his heart, and immediately turned into a golden ray of light and fled elsewhere. When the dragons saw Delican escape, they were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. The astral extraordinary life form that resembled a huge flying snake flashed continuously among the dragons like a ghost. After devouring 3 dragons, it flew back to the top of a mountain range with satisfaction, coiled around the top of the mountain range, and exuded rocks all over its body. As if petrified, its aura dissipated. This scene played out all over the continent. A day later, Yang Feng led the terrifying mechanical legion to crush all enemies. After killing 135 great warlock rank astral life forms and 30 starry sky warlock rank astral life forms, destroying countless astral insects and astral extraordinary plants, he finally arrived at the spherical mountain range. The others are here as well? When Yang Feng arrived at the foot of the spherical mountain range, he frowned slightly. According to the reconnaissance aircraft, in addition to Yang Feng, there were 3 other groups of people who had also arrived at the foot of the mountain range. One of them was made up of 3 high elves, another was made up of 5 giants that were more than 100 meters tall, and the last was made up of Delican and the other dragon powerhouses. Of the 3 groups of people, everyone had injuries of various sizes. Delican originally had hundreds of dragon subordinates under his command, but now only 3 people followed him. Clearly he had suffered heavy losses. The 3 groups of people were top great warlock rank experts. When Yang Feng's huge mechanical legion arrived, they were the first to discover it. Their countenances changed dramatically, and they stared at Yang Feng's mechanical legion as if they were facing a great enemy. 3 starry sky rippers suddenly flew to in front of the 3 groups of people, and spoke flatly in a synthesized mechanical voice, "Everyone please wait. This place has been reserved by my master. Please leave this place. After my master finishes what he wants to do, we can still be friends. Otherwise we'll become mortal enemies." "Who does your master think he is? A bunch of trash golems, go to hell." Delican's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. In the sky, fiery clouds were rolling and rolling. Enormous amounts of fire elements were madly gathering in the sky, and a fiery cloud covering a radius of several miles suddenly appeared. In the next moment, fireballs capable of easily burning level 1 warlock rank extraordinary life forms to ashes descended from the sky and swept towards the huge mechanical legion as if the end of the world had arrived. A handsome young dragon clan powerhouse beside Delican sneered. He silently chanted an incantation and pointed with his finger. Violent hurricanes surged around his body and then turned into terrifying gales that entered the rain of fireballs. The gales fanned the flames, making the fireballs even more violent. In the midst of the fearsome rain of fireballs, the battle robots activated their energy shields. When the fireballs blasted into the energy shields, they exploded, but they didn't harm the battle robots at all. Starry Sky Rippers suddenly erupted. With Mach 10 speed, along with sonic booms, they appeared in front of the 3 Dragon Clan powerhouses in an instant and slashed down. Delican's face fell. A gold dragon tail suddenly extended from his back and blasted into the Starry Sky Rippers, destroying the 7 Starry Sky Rippers besieging him one by one. The other 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses didn't expect that the Starry Sky Rippers would emerge alive from the rain of fire. Their reaction was a beat too slow. They could only erupt with a powerful life force, and thick dragon scales with astonishing defensive power emerged on their bodies. Blood splashed. In an instant, the 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses were chopped into countless pieces by the Starry Sky Rippers, leaving only their heads behind. Shock was written on their heads as if they couldn't believe that they would die here. When the 3 High Elves and the 5 burly giant powerhouses saw that the 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses were easily killed by Yangfeng Starry Sky Rippers, their countenances changed dramatically. Delican's face fell and he shouted, "Everyone, let's join forces. Let's work together to destroy those mechanical puppets and kill their owners. Then we'll compete for the semi-plane seed based on our own abilities. Otherwise, we'll be killed one by the masters of these mechanical golems." Delican's body shook, and he turned into a 3-headed golden dragon. His 3 dragon heads fired numerous fire arrows, wind blades, and huge ice spikes barreling towards the Starry Sky Rippers. One after another, the magic shields of the Starry Sky Rippers were breached by the spells fired by the 3 dragon heads. They were either blasted apart, cut into pieces, or frozen into ice cubes and fell from the sky. At this moment, a captain robot flew out of the swarm and fired a positron beam that slammed into Delican's dragon body. A water tank-sized puncture wound was blasted open, and a large amount of blood gushed out of Delican's dragon body and scattered on the ground. The complexion of the bald giant leader of the 5 giants changed several times, and he shouted, "I am Giant Heart. Human Warlock, if you agree to fight me one-on-one, then I'll give up the semi-plane seed. If you defeat me fair and square, then I'll give up on the semi-plane seed. Otherwise we'll join the dragons and fight you. Then you can go to hell." Accompanied by a cold and cruel mechanical voice, a dense swarm of Starry Sky Rippers suddenly flew out of the mechanical legion and flew towards the 5-headed giants at a terrifying Mach 10 speed. A dense rain of railgun beams, positron beams, and other terrifying beams shot towards the 5 giants like raindrops. The complexion of Giant Heart changed dramatically, and he roared and unleashed the power of his domain. With him as the core, the power of the Earth domain erupted and enveloped an area 1,000 meters in radius. One after another, 100-meter-tall Earth giants emerged from Heart's Earth domain and rushed towards the Starry Sky Rippers. The other 4 giants also roared and urged their power to rush towards the battle robots. A male high elf asked the tall female high elf in the lead, "Lila, what should we do?" Lila's pretty face changed several times and she pointed with a finger, and green light surged and formed a huge eyeball in midair. The eyeball looked into the distance and suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air. She saw a huge mechanical legion sweeping towards them like a sea. The terrifying mechanical torrent wasn't something that great warlock rank experts could resist. "Let's retreat." Lila made a prompt decision, and her figure blurred into motion and she retreated towards the foot of the mountain. The eyes of the other 2 high elves flickered with unwillingness, and they blurred into motion and retreated. A male high elf turned his eyes and silently recited an incantation, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment he strangely became clear again. Suddenly, artillery troops and gunner troops rose into the air and fired wildly towards an area in the mountain range. Countless railgun beams and positron beams interweaved and bombarded the area. In that area, a male high elf appeared in a flash and shouted with a look of horror in his eyes, "Help! Before the male high elf's words fell, he was shrouded by countless rays of light and blasted into pieces. Lila's eyes flashed with anger and she shouted, "We've already retreated, so why are you still killing our people? Do you want to become enemies with us high elves?" Mountain climbers die. Starry Sky Rippers suddenly flew out from the rear, their engines roaring, and surrounded Lila and the male high elf. In addition to the Starry Sky Rippers, there were also countless battle robots flying over, their electronic eyes flashing with frightening red light. At the same time, the three-headed golden dragon Delican screamed in midair. Dozens of Starry Sky Rippers flew towards him in a flash and slashed frantically, chopping him into countless pieces that fell from the sky. 2 of the 5 giants were killed by the fearless Starry Sky Ripper, leaving only 3 giants hiding in the Earth domain, struggling to hold on. When Lila and the high elf expert beside her saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. The 3-headed golden dragon Delican was from the dragon race, one of the apex extraordinary life forms. Moreover, he was a 3-headed golden dragon with a quasi-Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. Even many Starry Sky Warlocks might not be his match. Lila felt that her odds of winning against him were less than 10%. Seeing that such a terrifying expert was easily chopped into pieces by the Starry Sky Rippers, Lila and the other 2 high elves didn't dare to act rashly. "You win. Let us go." Heart roared, activating the domain of Earth to form numerous rock giants. The rock giants frantically attacked the Starry Sky Rippers and blasted them to pieces. The Starry Sky Rippers had a terrifying speed of Mach 10, but as soon as they entered the Earth domain, they felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their speed plummeted to Mach 1, and then they were smashed to pieces by the rock giants. Any great warlock rank expert that entered Heart's Earth domain would be bound by gravity. He could also draw the power of the Earth from the Earth domain, combining offense and defense into one, extremely tyrannical. By relying on the Earth domain, many Starry Sky Warlock rank experts may not be his opponent. Even so, the seemingly endless swarm of Starry Sky Rippers still made Heart fearful, and he admitted defeat and shouted loudly. Chapter 4:15. Go to the Netherworld and accompany your good brother. Blood-curdling voices came from the Starry Sky Rippers. 200,000 gunner troops and artillery troops equipped with flight devices rose into the air and formed a mechanical cloud in the sky. In the next moment, countless railgun and positron beams barreled towards the area where Heart and the other 2 giants were located like raindrops. Heart's expression changed drastically. He frantically urged his Titan's power, and within the Earth domain, 100-meter-tall rock giants suddenly appeared, forming a wall in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. When the countless rays slammed into the rock giants collapsed and shattered, and the endless light instantly engulfed Heart and the other 2 giants. When the light disappeared, all that was left on the ground was a pile of broken flesh and all sorts of holes. Lila and the other 2 high elven powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. Heart, who had comprehended the power of a domain, was definitely a genius powerhouse even among giants. Lila wasn't confident that she could defeat him. Under the bombardment of countless robots, such a powerhouse was instantly crushed, leaving Lila and the other 2 powerhouses not daring to make any unusual movements. Lila said respectfully to a Starry Sky Ripper, "Sir, can we leave now?" A bladed troop flew over from the rear with 2 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir in hand, handed them to the 2 high elves and said coldly, "It's too late. Inject these elixirs and you'll be able to live. Otherwise you'll die here." The semi-plane seed was extremely important to Yang Feng's cultivation, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Yang Feng didn't want to be killed by an arrow while he was absorbing the semi-plane seed. Lila's complexion changed several times. She looked around and clearly sensed that the surrounding space was full of chaos. Even if she wanted to use spatial spells to escape, she couldn't do so. After hesitating for a while, Lila gritted her teeth, picked up the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, injected it into her right arm and injected it into her body. The complexion of the other high elf changed several times, then he smiled bitterly, picked up the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, injected it into his right arm and injected it into his body. After sensing that the liquid metal nano-robot elixir had the 2 high elves under complete control, Yang Feng followed the huge mechanical legion silently to the top of the mountain range. When he arrived at the top of the hemispherical mountain range, Yang Feng saw a small sphere appear out of thin air in the center of a huge cave. Light brimming with the aura of life gushed out of the huge cave and entered the small sphere. Yang Feng looked at the small sphere with a scorching glint in his eyes. The small sphere was a semi-plane seed. Once the demi-plane seed matured, it would enter the astral boundary in accordance with the astral boundary's law. It would drift in the astral boundary while absorbing all kinds of matter, and finally transform into a demi-plane. The semi-plane would also drift in the astral boundary. If one was lucky, it would enter the astral boundary and the astral plane. An astral boundary. If one was unlucky, the semi-plane would evolve into an abandoned and dead celestial body. Yang Feng first set up a magic array in the surroundings and covered it with intermediate magic crystals, then silently recited an incantation, conjured mage hand, grabbed the semi-plane seed and pulled it from the cave to his side. Yang Feng pulled the semi-plane seed out of the cave, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the semi-plane seed. Primal chaos magic light gushed out of Yang Feng's finger and entered the semi-plane seed. The semi-plane seed flew into the air and strangely entered Yang Feng's forehead. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, the semi-plane seed slowly fell into his spirit sea. Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, and a soul seed flew out of the center of the spirit sea. The soul seed split into two halves. One half entered the semi-plane seed, while the other sunk into the spirit sea. The magic array beside Yang Feng lit up, and intermediate magic crystals released formidable life magic energy. Under the effect of the magic array, the life magic energy turned into white smoke that entered Yang Feng's eyes, ears, mouth and nose. When the life magic energy entered Yang Feng's body, under the effect of the primal chaos imperishable body secret method, it turned into primal chaos force and poured into the semi-plane seed. The semi-plane seed, which had half of Yang Feng's soul fused with it, gushed with traces of the law of space, suddenly expanded, and evolved into a barren and dead space about 100 meters in size with only some rocks suspended in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. With the help of the mysterious and unfathomable law of space and a trace of the world law, the space born from the semi-plane seed didn't burst Yang Feng's head. A copious amount of pure life magic energy was extracted from the magic array, entered Yang Feng's body, and turned into primal chaos force that poured into the semi-plane. Yang Feng's body seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole. When the life magic energy, which could have caused him to explode before, entered his body, it immediately disappeared and was converted into primal chaos energy that entered the semi-plane. As if it sensed something, the cave born from the semi-plane ejected golden energy into Yang Feng's body and poured into the semi-plane. Under the nourishment of the golden power, the demi-plane expanded inch by inch. At the same time, wisps of faint world power kept brewing within the demi-plane. At the foot of the mountain, the space suddenly rippled, and a 2-meter-tall devil with a pair of ghost horns on its head, a hideous face, and a strange rune engraved between its eyebrows, a pair of black wings on its back, and countless strange runes engraved on its body suddenly appeared out of thin air. When she saw the devil, Lila's pretty face changed and she exclaimed, "Void Devil!" Void devils were a branch of devils. Void devils were proficient in spatial force from birth. Adult void devils were great warlock rank great devils, and there was no lack of starry sky warlock rank devil barons. Legend has it that void devils could move freely in the void, and many defensive spells and barriers could hardly stop them. Even many starry sky warlock rank experts, if they didn't learn targeted spells, would be silently killed by void devils. The void devil swept Lila with a glance, and then revealed a malevolent smile. "Two great warlock rank high elves. Stay put. Otherwise I don't mind tasting the brains of high elves. TSK. As human warlocks spread to countless planes, experts of many planes began to use human warlock standards to measure them. Lila's pretty face changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, but her body moved involuntarily. She silently recited an incantation and took out a green high elven bow, and the aura of nature permeated her body and formed an arrow of nature. When the arrow of nature took shape, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the void devil. The high elven Werther beside Lila involuntarily unleashed the arrow of the sun, and a resplendent ray of light shot towards the void devil. The face of the void devil suddenly changed dramatically. The mysterious and profound runes on its forehead flickered, and fearsome void force suddenly emerged. Its figure fluttered and it entered a space. The arrow of nature and the arrow of sun pierced through space and shot towards the void devil. The arrow of nature and the arrow of sun were secret archery skills of high elves, and they possessed boundless might and the terrifying power to pierce through space. The face of the void devil changed dramatically. The mysterious runes all over its body flickered, and it frantically jumped through the 9 layers of space. When the arrow of sun reached the 6th layer of space, its power was exhausted, and it strangely disappeared from the 6th layer of space. When the arrow of nature reached the 8th layer of space, its power was exhausted, and it strangely disappeared. In the 9th layer of space, the Void Devil's figure blurred, and it smiled ferociously, "Humph. Unfortunately, your limit is the 8th layer of space. If you want to hit me, you're still missing a layer of space. This time you're dead." The countenance of the two high elves Lisa and Werther changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The Void Devil was proficient in spatial force. Even their secret archery skills couldn't hit the Void Devil. They were practically helpless against it. At this moment, there were ripples and chaotic fluctuations in space. The face of the Void Devil fell, it trembled, and it was forced to fly out of the space. In the next moment, dozens of starry sky rippers pounced on the Void Devil. Blade rays flashed, and the Void Devil was cut into countless pieces in an instant. Only its head remained, which fell to the ground. Although the Void Devil was proficient in spatial force, but in terms of fleshly body, it was far inferior to the three-headed gold dragon and the giant. The three-headed gold dragon and the giant perished under the siege of the starry sky rippers, and the Void Devil was naturally no exception. When Lisa and Werther saw the Void Devil die just like that, there was a queer look in their eyes, and they looked at the starry sky rippers with apprehension. Chapter 4:16. Time passed and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, several groups of great warlock rank powerhouses from different planes were killed by the huge mechanical legion when they approached the mountain range. 7 days later, the semi-plane seed in Yangfeng's Sea of Knowledge expanded into a circular island with a diameter of 1,000 meters and a thickness of 100 meters. The golden light in the cave slowly disappeared and shrank back into the cave. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and felt his body covered in a layer of black impurities and exuding a foul smell. When the semi-plane seed formed a miniature semi-plane in Yangfeng's Sea of Knowledge, the world force produced by the semi-plane cleansed Yangfeng's fleshly body, greatly strengthening it. At this time, his fleshly body was even stronger than that of starry sky warlock-ranked dragons, and it was full of vigorous life force and power. At this time, there were 3 mechanical baths with hot water and various precious elixirs placed beside him. Yang Feng smiled, then stepped into one of the mechanical baths, took a comfortable hot bath, and quietly felt the changes in the power inside him. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After integrating the semi-plane seed, my primal chaos imperishable body secret method can be considered to have crossed the threshold. It turns out that many of the previously incomprehensible things can only be displayed after integrating the semi-plane seed. The primal chaos imperishable body was an extraordinary secret method created by the Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord in his later years. When Yang Feng's true body first cultivated this secret method, he was able to contend against some weak starry sky warlock rank freaks in the Great Warlock realm. But it wasn't until he integrated the semi-plane seed that he truly cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body to the entry level. In the bath, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and spatial aura diffused from him and formed a powerful spatial domain around him. The semi-plane seed extended into space inside Yang Feng's spirit sea and became a real semi-plane. During this process, Yang Feng naturally comprehended the mysteries of the law of space and formed a spatial domain. Looking at the distorted space in the spatial domain, Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile. After taking a bath, Yang Feng descended from the mountain and arrived at the foot of the mountain, in front of the 2 high elves Lila and Werther. After Lila saw Yang Feng, surprise flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a look of understanding. A human warlock. Among the 36 primary material planes, only the Zhangji Plane's 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Lord has used mechanical golems. None of the other 36 prime material planes had developed in the direction of mechanical civilization. The Feisua plane was a plane ruled by gods, the plane of dragons was a plane ruled by dragons, and the other 36 primary material planes also had formidable existences comparable to gods and demons who ruled over everything. There was no soil for a mechanical civilization to survive. The essence of a mechanical civilization was to allow the weak to rely on the power of machines to display heaven-defying combat power. An ordinary person who wasn't even a knight could possibly destroy a moonlight warlock by pressing the launch button of a nuclear warhead. Once such a dangerous civilization showed any signs of development, it would be destroyed by the powerful existences comparable to gods and demons who ruled over everything in the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng walked up to Lila and looked at her carefully. His eyes revealed a look of satisfaction, and he said with a faint smile, "Not bad, elves are really beautiful. I am Yang Feng. From today on you are my maid. As for him, he is my guard." Although Lila wasn't as devastatingly beautiful as the great elven monarch Ezramia, but she was still a first-rate elven beauty. Among humans she was a one-in-a-million beauty. She was already qualified to act as Yang Feng's maid. Lila was both ashamed and angry, yet her cherry lips involuntarily said respectfully, "Yes, master." Werther wanted to step forward and say something, but he couldn't control his body, and could only glare at Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned his head to look at the sky and revealed a smile. "Since my goal has been achieved, it's time to go back." Time elapsed and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The demonic fighting sect's astral gate shone brightly, and Yang Feng walked out of the astral gate with Lila and Werther. The three of them had just walked out of the astral gate, when tremendous spatial force descended from the sky, enveloped the three of them and teleported them away in an instant. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's group of three appeared in the astral palace. The person sitting next to the counter of the astral palace was Zhang Lei. When he saw Yang Feng and his party, Zhang Lei showed a smile and greeted them. "Senior disciple brother Yang, you're back. Who are these two?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "They are my servants in the astral boundary." The two high elves Lila and Werther had wooden expressions on their faces. Zhang Lei's gaze swept Lila, and his eyes flashed with envy, saying, "Senior disciple brother Yang, you're really lucky to be able to capture two high elves as servants in the astral boundary." Lila was a daughter of nature among high elves. Although she couldn't compare to a peerless beauty like Ezramia, but she was still a first-rate super beauty, with an extraordinary temperament and an exotic charm. In the demonic fighting sect, there were only 20+ beauties more beautiful and more outstanding than her. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "I was just lucky." Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior disciple brother Yang, I have to remind you that these other races can only act in your residence. They can't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will." The demonic fighting sect's experts who went to the astral boundary would often bring back some strange life forms. They would even go to other planes from the astral boundary to capture all kinds of intelligent life forms as pets. Many of those things were dangerous, so they couldn't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will. The two high elves Lila and Werther caught by Yang Feng might be beautiful female spies sent by high elves, so they couldn't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will. However, if they stayed in Yang Feng's residence or laboratory, there wouldn't be any problems. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "I understand." Zhang Lei said with a smile, "Senior disciple brother Yang, the Great Sect competition is around the corner. I'm looking forward to your performance in the Great Sect competition." Great Sect competition? Yang Feng was taken aback and it took him a while to react. The demonic fighting sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The competition within the sect was extremely fierce. In order to fairly select the most outstanding disciples, the Great Sect was full of tests of various sizes. The Great Sect competition was the most important competition within the demonic fighting sect. Apart from the experts who had already promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank, the rest of the demonic fighting sect's disciples would go all out in the Great Sect competition to strive for a higher level. The Great Sect competition was the best way for disciples in name to ascend to Outer Sect disciples, Outer Sect disciples to ascend to Inner Sect disciples, and Inner Sect disciples to ascend to true disciples. If Yang Feng hadn't been accepted as a personal disciple by Huang Yihe, he would have followed the process and climbed up step by step. Although he was now a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, he still had to participate in the Great Sect competition. However, he wasn't in the position of the challenger, but rather the position of the challenged. Yang Feng had just returned to the immortal Huang Palace with Lila and Huang Yihe, when Wang Zhilan came up to him and said, "Senior disciple brother Yang, teacher has invited you." Yang Feng pointed at Lila and Huang Yihe and asked, "What about them?" Wang Zhilan glanced at Lila, and a glint of jealousy streaked past the abyss of her beautiful eyes. She smiled sweetly, took out a golden bell and shook it slightly. Two lifelike humanoid golems flew out of the golden bell and landed on the ground. Wang Zhilan said with a smile, "They will take them to your dwelling, senior disciple brother." Yang Feng nodded and followed Wang Zhilan into the immortal Huang Palace. When Yang Feng arrived at the immortal Huang Palace, he sat down on the 7th praying mat at the front. A ray of light flashed. On the high platform, rays of golden light shone and condensed into Huang Yihe's figure. Huang Yihe said lightly, "Yang Feng, the fighting demonic sect's Great Sect competition is in 7 days. Your cultivation base hasn't reached the Moonlight Warlock realm yet. According to the sect's rules, you must accept the challenges of the top 3 inner sect disciples. You've just joined my sect and haven't practiced cultivation for a long time. If you're not sure, then you can decline the Great Sect competition. Yang Feng asked, Teacher, can disciples use magic pets in the Great Sect competition? Huang Yihe replied, Of course. Magic pets, secret treasures, spells, and even luck are part of one's strength. Of course they can be used in the Great Sect competition. Yang Feng said, Then disciple is willing to accept the challenges of the inner sect disciples. In the Great Sect competition, once a disciple got a good result, they would get great rewards and tremendous cultivation resources. Many of the cultivation resources even tempted Yang Feng. Huang Yihe was slightly surprised. Are you sure? The top 3 inner sect disciples are basically Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. They even have combat geniuses who comprehended a domain. They're not like those Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks outside. The Fighting Demonic Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its cultivation system was very perfect. At the same time, there were countless precious secret methods in the sect, and there was no shortage of secret methods to cultivate to the Infinity Warlock rank. In the Fighting Demonic Sect, there was a place similar to the demonic realm that could cultivate the fighting ability of disciples. The top 3 inner sect disciples could basically advance to become true disciples of the Fighting Demonic Sect and were very likely to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank in the future. Each of them could fight 5 or even 10 Starry Sky Warlocks of the same rank outside of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said full of confidence, Disciple won't let you down, teacher. Huang Yihe took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a faint smile, saying, Then I'm looking forward to your performance. If you do well, I'll give you a pleasant surprise. After chatting for a while, Huang Yihe had Yang Feng withdraw. Chapter 417. 7 days later, the Fighting Demonic Sect's internal great competition officially began. In front of the Fighting Demonic Sect's grand arena, there was a dais. On the dais sat ordinary elders as well as some true disciples who haven't promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank. At the top of the dais sat the chairpersons of the Fighting Demonic Sect's major branches. Each of them was a Moonlight Warlock and some were even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Fighting Demonic Sect had countless secret methods. According to the cultivation of different secret methods, different branches were formed. There was the Elixir Peak that specialized in the cultivation of pharmacy, the Alchemy Peak that specialized in the cultivation of alchemy, and so on. The Great Sect Great Competition of Outer Sect Disciples was the day when the chairpersons of the major branches came to select inner sect disciples. The peak lords of the major branches would choose the outer sect disciples that they liked and then send out invitations to those outer sect disciples to join their branches. Sitting on a dais, Yang Feng swaggered down from the dais, overlooking the grand arena below. On the dais, everyone was a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse or above. He was the only great warlock, which was very eye-catching. Not far from Yang Feng there were 3 people sitting. One of them was a young man with long blood-colored hair and an unruly glint in his eyes. The other was a beautiful young woman with a sexy and voluptuous figure and waist-length pitch-black hair dressed in a snow-white warlock robe. The other was a young man with an ordinary figure and appearance, but his eyes were bright and spirited, looking like they could suck in people's souls. The space around the 3 young men and women was very spacious. The powerful life force they exuded was different from that of others, second only to the chairpersons of the major branches. Yang Feng's gaze was attracted by the 3 young men and women, and he took a deep look at them. Wang Jilan sitting next to Yang Feng said softly, Senior disciple Brother Yang, the 3 of them are Zhang Han's Han, a personal disciple of Great Elder Yu Wuxian Zhui Yifan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Helian Nu, and Zhou Feng, a personal disciple of Great Elder Eugene Gang. Wang Jilan was a Starry Sky Warlock with superior level 6 soul aptitude. In addition to being a disciple in name of Huang Yihe, she was also a true disciple of the Fighting Demonic Sect. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly revealed a look of understanding. Huang Yihe and the other 3 great elders are 4 Bright World Warlock rank powerhouses of the Battle Demon Sect. Even the sect master is only a Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse. The status of the direct disciples of the 4 great supreme elders was naturally much higher than that of ordinary true disciples. Similarly, the direct disciples of the 4 grand elders were all geniuses among geniuses. Wang Jilan was a genius with a superior 6th rank soul aptitude. In many sects she was a once-in-a-century genius. However, he was only one of Huang Yihe's disciples in name. The strictness with which the four grand elders accepted disciples could be imagined. After glancing at the three young men and women, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the grand arena. At this time, the grand arena had been divided into dozens of arenas. Nearly tens of thousands of battle demon sect in-name disciples gathered around the grand arena. The atmosphere was solemn. How come he's sitting there? Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name of the fighting demonic sect, a pretty and lovely girl with bright eyes and white teeth looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, widened her eyes and exclaimed. A tall and slender woman with outstanding looks frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Sister Jingmen, the ones sitting there are all the direct disciples of the sect, or the four great supreme elders' personal disciples. You're being too disrespectful. We are just ordinary disciples in name. A casual word from those true disciples can make it difficult for us to move an inch in the sect. The shock in Xu Jingman's eyes faded a little. Recalling the scene from a few years ago, she whispered, By the way, senior disciple Sister Yurong, are the personal disciples of the four great elders sitting there? Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy and she uttered, That's right, the personal disciples of the four great elders are sitting there. That person is Yang Feng, who just became a personal disciple of great elder Huang Yihe not long ago. I heard that he ventured into the Feisua plane as a level 2 warlock and killed a demigod rank expert, which is how he obtained this qualification. Xu Jingman's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she whispered, He actually did it. Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy, and she said with a light smile, Junior disciple Sister Jingmen, your soul aptitude is outstanding. As long as you practice hard, there's hope for you to become a personal disciple of the four great elders in the future. With an inferior level 7 soul aptitude, Xu Jingman was regarded as an outstanding genius in the battle demon sect where geniuses were as common as clouds. In just a few years she had already cultivated to the level 3 warlock realm. This cultivation speed was already extremely heaven-defying. It should be known that in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlocks were trapped in the level 1 warlock realm all their lives, unable to break through until they died of old age. Xu Jingman said with a smile, Big sister, you're also very amazing. You're ready to break through and promote to a great warlock. Jiang Yurong showed a bitter smile, a great warlock? I've practiced cultivation for more than 100 years before I touched the threshold of a great warlock. Even if I advance to a great warlock, there's no hope for me to promote to a starry sky warlock in the future. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years, one would definitely be regarded as a genius among geniuses. However, the battle demon sect was different. There were countless secret methods, knowledge and resources in the battle demon sect. In such an environment, it was extremely difficult for someone to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years to advance to a starry sky warlock. Xu Jingman could only remain silent, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng on the dais. Personal disciple, he actually became a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Yihe. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name, He Feng also stared at Yang Feng's figure on the dais, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. He Feng was originally regarded as a genius in his family, but after entering the battle demon sect, he realized that his talent in the battle demon sect was just above average. In the battle demon sect, geniuses were as common as clouds. Every step up required a lot of effort. Seeing Yang Feng soar in a single bound and become a personal disciple of one of the battle demon sect's four great elders, He Feng was naturally filled with jealousy. In addition to Xu Jingman and He Feng, the gazes of the tens of thousands of disciples in name often focused on Yang Feng, full of envy and jealousy. Ignoring the gazes of the disciples in name, Yang Feng quietly watched the competition between the tens of thousands of disciples in name. Although the disciples in name did their best, but in the eyes of Yang Feng, who had seen countless spectacles, the spells of the disciples in name weren't worth mentioning. A few days later, the competition between the disciples in name was completed. The top 10 disciples in name were promoted to outer sect disciples, and then the competition between the outer sect disciples began. The battle demon sect's outer sect disciples were basically all great warlock rank experts, and the fights between them were much more exciting than the fights between disciples in name. A few days later, the competition between the battle demon sect's outer sect disciples ended, and the top 10 outer sect disciples were directly promoted to inner sect disciples. The main force of the battle demon sect's inner sect disciples were great warlocks and starry sky warlocks, while the pinnacle powerhouses among the inner sect disciples were all Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. The fights between them were brilliant and varied, and various secret methods emerged one after another. Yang Feng looked down at the great arena, his eyes flashed with curiosity, and he whispered, "That guy seems to be very strong." In the grand arena there stood two people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a cyan warlock robe. The other was a man with short black hair, dressed in black, and eyes flashing with an untamed and overbearing glint. At a glance, he looked like he was shrouded in darkness. Wang Zhilan said with a sweet smile, "That's the Dark Demon Peak's eldest disciple, Brother Zhong Sunan. He's the strongest in this great competition. Reportedly, he has comprehended and condensed a darkness domain. Furthermore, his cultivation base has reached the intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank." Yang Feng stroked his chin and said with a faint smile, "He comprehended a darkness domain? Not bad, right?" Wang Zhilan took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. To be able to comprehend a domain, no matter where one would be regarded as a genius. After all, even in the Battle Demon sect, some Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses had yet to comprehend a domain. Yang Feng's lack of fear towards Zhong Sunan made Wang Zhilan a bit more curious about his strength. In the Grand Colosseum, the young man dressed in a green warlock robe cast the Battle Demon secret method, and a set of golden armor enveloped him. As if a golden god of war, he exuded frightening fluctuations of power. The fluctuations of power of the golden battle demon formed by the green-robed warlock were more than 10 times stronger than the golden battle demon formed by Wu Ziming. Clearly he was a top expert among the inner sect disciples. Zhong Sunan's gaze was cold, and he exuded a dark aura, and a darkness domain that seemed capable of devouring all light suddenly enveloped the green-robed warlock with him as the center. In a flash, the frightening darkness domain engulfed the green-robed warlock, emitting advanced Starry Sky Warlock rank fluctuations of power. After a dozen breaths of time, the green-robed warlock was spat out from the darkness domain. Riddled with scars, he passed out. The eyes of the elder presiding over the competition flashed with surprise, and he announced, "Zhong Sunan wins." Zhong Sunan's eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. He took a deep look at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, showed a sneer, and turned to leave the great arena. Chapter 418. The competition for the inner sect disciples continued. Zhong Sunan crushed all his opponents without any mishaps, and became the #1 inner sect disciple without a doubt. After Elder Lu Yang announced that Zhong Sunan was the #1 inner sect disciple, he said, "Zhong Sunan, as the #1 inner sect disciple, you have the right to challenge personal disciples of the 4 great elders as well as any true disciple here." In the grand arena, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Sunan. The gazes of the weakest true disciples on the dais fell on Zhong Sunan, and their eyes shimmered with a faint glint of fear. Zhong Sunan, who comprehended the darkness domain and possessed an intermediate Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base, was comparable to a pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank expert in terms of strength. Among the true disciples, his strength was in the lower middle position. He was much stronger than some true disciples of the fighting demonic sect. If a true disciple was defeated by Zhong Sunan on the spot, they would lose their true disciple status and become inner sect disciples again. Zhong Sunan showed an unruly smile and said loudly, "I want to challenge Great Elder Huang's personal disciple Yang Feng. Senior disciple Brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." He wants to challenge Yang Feng. Sure enough, Zhong Sunan wants to challenge Yang Feng. Doesn't Yang Feng only have great warlock rank strength? He even dares to represent Great Elder Huang's personal disciple in the great competition. Isn't he making a fool of himself? To be able to slay a demigod rank freak on the Feisua plane, Yang Feng must have some skill. But Zhong Sunan is an expert who comprehended the darkness domain, and a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert to boot. He has no chance of winning. Whispers rose in the crowd, and gazes filled with pity focused on Yang Feng. If it was a challenge from an expert of the same realm, the fighting demonic sect's disciples would have some expectations of Yang Feng. After all, Yang Feng once defeated the genius Wu Ziming. But Zhong Sunan was not only a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert, but also a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert who comprehended the darkness domain. Even many true disciples of the fighting demonic sect might not be his match. Faced with such an enemy, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng. Since Junior Martial Brother Zhongsuan has said so, as your senior martial brother, let me give you some pointers. Acting like a senior disciple brother, Yang Feng got up and walked to the center of the grand arena step by step on the void, facing Zhong Sunan. Anger flashed in Zhong Sunan's eyes, he sneered and said, "Fine. Supreme Elder Huang's direct disciple must be very powerful. Let me have a taste of your ability, senior brother." Elder Lu Yang said lightly, "Let the duel begin. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." Zhong Sunan's figure fluttered, and he strangely disappeared from where he stood and appeared behind Yang Feng. With a cold smile on his face, he chopped at Yang Feng's neck with a knife hand. Yang Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't react, letting the knife hand chop his neck. He was defeated just like that? How disappointing. The gap between a great warlock and a starry sky warlock is really huge. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the surrounding battle demon sect disciples. They all believed that Yang Feng wasn't Zhong Sunan's opponent, but Yang Feng was defeated so quickly that they were very disappointed. Zhang Hanshan propped up her pretty face with a lily-white hand and looked askance at the grand arena below. An enigmatic glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a smile. Interesting. It seems that this personal disciple of Great Elder Huang isn't an ordinary great warlock. The eyes of Zhui Yifan with long blood-colored hair flickered, and he said faintly, "Not bad, his speed isn't bad." Zhou Feng, who had a pair of bright eyes, shifted his gaze towards an empty space. In the open space, the air distorted and Yang Feng's figure was revealed. Yang Feng collapsed and disappeared from where he stood. Zhong Sunan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he suddenly shot back. He turned around and stared at Yang Feng's location with a dignified glint in his eyes. Yang Feng said lightly, "Aren't you going to use your darkness domain? To deal with you, senior disciple brother, I don't think I need to use the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Suddenly black light gushed out, converged on his body, and formed an armor with a pair of black wings on the back that covered his whole body. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she said with a light smile, "Black Battle Demon. What an amazing little guy. To be able to cultivate the Battle Demon secret method to this extent." The Battle Demon secret method was one of the strongest secret methods in the demonic fighting sect, and it was divided into 5 levels: Cyan Battle Demon, Silver Battle Demon, Gold Battle Demon, Black Battle Demon, and White Battle Demon. Ordinary great warlocks could generally cultivate to the Cyan Battle Demon realm. Starry Sky warlocks could cultivate to the Gold Battle Demon realm. For Zhong Sunan to be able to form a Black Battle Demon, his strength was already terrifying. Zhui Yifan said lightly. Zhong Sun Ani condensed the Black War Demon possession. His whole body was shrouded in dense black qi, and a peerlessly overbearing aura slowly spread out from his body. After Zhong Sunan unleashed the Battle Demon secret method, his figure shook, an afterimage blurred, and he strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. A fist shrouded in dense black gas, carrying a frightening aura capable of tearing apart space, blasted towards Yang Feng's face. Under the enhancement of the Black Battle Demon, the might of Zhong Sunan's punch was more than 4 times stronger than when he erupted with his full strength. Even if a dragon was hit by this punch, its bones and tendons would be broken, and it would be seriously injured. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and exuded traces of the aura of a world. As if he had turned into a world, he punched out with the will of the world. When Yang Feng punched out, Zhong Sunan's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. As if he felt the boundless might of a world crushing towards him, the frightening aura nearly crushed him to the point of suffocation, forcing him to raise his fist to block. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Zhong Sunan coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back like a broken rag doll. The black armor on his right hand shattered, revealing his right hand. Yang Feng, on the other hand, didn't even sway. He quietly stood in place as if nothing had happened. He was sent flying. Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan was actually sent flying. Great warlock, he's just a great warlock. How could he surpass senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan's physique is one of the best among inner sect disciples, and with the support of the Battle Demon secret method, he's the #1 inner sect disciple. Yang Feng, he's just a great warlock. How could he defeat senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Everyone in the great arena went into an uproar when they saw this scene. Everyone's eyes flashed with incredulity. Zhong Sunan was recognized as the #1 inner sect disciple, He was extremely strong, and the battle demon secret method was a first-rate secret method to increase the strength of the fleshly body. With the support of the black battle demon, Zhong Sunan's strength even surpassed that of a starry sky warlock-ranked dragon. For such a terrifying existence to be sent flying by a blow from the great warlock rank Yang Feng was simply heaven-defying. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with some curiosity, "Amazing! Really amazing. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng is really outstanding. It's far beyond my expectations. What secret method did he cultivate?" For the first time Zhui Yifan's eyes revealed a trace of graveness, and he said solemnly, "Amazing. His fleshly body is very strong." Zhou Feng also nodded slightly. After Zhong Sunan spat out a mouthful of blood, he retreated briskly. After retreating 100 meters, he stopped and looked up at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. Zhong Sunan's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, and he enunciated each syllable. "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, I was originally very dissatisfied that you could become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. However, it now seems that I was wrong. You do have the qualifications to become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. At the very least, when I was a great warlock, I didn't have a fleshly body as powerful as yours. Next, in order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength to defeat you." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Bring it on. I'd like to experience the power of the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled slightly and silently recited an incantation. With him as the core, endless darkness turned into a darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light and swept towards Yang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Yang Feng was engulfed by the endless darkness. Once Yang Feng was engulfed by the darkness domain, he felt as if he was in a silent, non-existent darkness. He couldn't see, hear, smell, and his spirit couldn't leave his body. Apart from himself he couldn't feel anything. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A night vision spell enveloped his eyes and he looked around. However, the night vision spell didn't have any effect. What entered his eyes was still endless darkness. Only a domain can contend against a domain, or an absolute power that far surpasses a domain. This saying is really true. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Fearsome spatial fluctuations diffused from him, and a spatial domain spread in all directions with him as the core. The forces of the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, annihilated, and neutralized each other in this area. Within the scope of Yang Feng's spatial domain, the space became chaotic and distorted. An arrow of darkness shot out from the endless darkness, entered the space, and strangely passed through the layers of distorted space before shooting at Yang Feng's feet, causing the ground to shake slightly. Chapter 419. In the grand arena, two domains appeared. One domain was full of distorted space, and the other domain was full of endless darkness. The two domains intertwined, entangled, annihilated each other and cancelled each other out. Spatial domain. Yang Feng, he actually comprehended a domain force, and the most difficult spatial domain at that. This is the spatial domain, one of the most difficult domains to comprehend. To be able to comprehend it, that's amazing. Amazing as expected of a personal disciple of great elder Huang Da. When everyone around the grand arena saw this scene, their eyes flashed with astonishment. On the dais, the various factions' peak lords also raised their eyebrows, and many of them revealed looks of regret. Yang Feng was now a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. Otherwise they would have desperately fought over Yang Feng and taken him into their faction to enhance their strength. Zhang Hanshan looked at Yang Feng's figure in the grand arena with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, full of envy. A powerful fleshly body and spatial domain. This junior disciple brother Yang is a little freak second only to junior disciple sister Shi. Both brother and sister are freaks. Zhui Yifan suddenly asked, "Junior disciple sister Shi, are you about to advance to a moonlight warlock?" Zhou Feng's gaze fell on Zhang Hanshan. There was a complicated glint in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, "That's right. Before long, the battle demonic sect will be able to hold a moonlight ceremony to celebrate the addition of another moonlight warlock in the sect." Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng fell silent, and their eyes shimmered with unwillingness. They silently looked at Yang Feng with a myriad of thoughts running through their minds. Wang Jilan stared at the spatial domain in the grand arena with a complicated look in her eyes. Spatial domain. Amazing. In the grand arena, the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, and a steady stream of life force was extracted from Yang Feng's body. If it wasn't for the semi-plane in his sea of knowledge continuously supplying him with life force, he would have been unable to maintain the spatial domain. Zhong Sunan clearly didn't have such powerful life force as Yang Feng. The darkness domain suddenly shrank and entered his body. Zhong Sunan flapped the pair of dark wings behind him and black light flickered. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones appeared in the grand arena. Acting almost identically, the thousands of shadow clones silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng. Along with flickers of dark magic power, thousands of shadow clones intertwined and formed black ropes that shot towards Yang Feng like vipers. When the black ropes formed from interweaving dark magic power flew into the spatial domain around Yang Feng, they shuttled back and forth in the endless space, unable to touch Yang Feng. As if he didn't see the black ropes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and swiped his forehead with his hand, and primal chaos breath filled his forehead and formed a primal chaos eye. The primal chaos eye turned and locked onto Zhong Sunan's true body. Yang Feng unleashed the secret method primal chaos finger recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body and pointed at Zhong Sunan from afar, and primal chaos aura containing a trace of world force instantly flew out and slammed into Zhong Sunan. The starry sky warlock rank life force field protecting Zhong Sunan in midair was easily penetrated, and the black battle demon armor cracked. He screamed and fell to the ground, spewed a large mouthful of blood and said, face pale and trembling, I lost. There was a moment of silence in the grand arena, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Elder Liu Yang's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he paused for a moment before announcing, Yang Feng won? He won. Yang Feng actually defeated senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan. He's just a great warlock. How could he defeat the starry sky warlock rank senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan isn't a rogue cultivator without any inheritance. How could he lose? How is this possible? The entire grand arena boiled up. The battle demon sect disciples gathered in the grand arena couldn't believe their eyes. Unable to accept the result, they discussed animatedly. Zhong Sunan has been in the fighting demon sect for more than 100 years. In these 100 years, he crushed all the geniuses of the same generation with absolute strength, and finally crushed countless inner sect disciples in this year's competition with an absolute advantage, becoming the well-deserved number one among the inner sect disciples. If Yang Feng had defeated Zhong Sunan in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, then the demonic fighting sect's disciples could still accept it. But now Yang Feng was just a great warlock, yet he easily defeated Zhong Sunan. This performance was simply heaven-defying. Under the shocked gazes, Yang Feng trod on air, returned to his seat as one of the four personal disciples and sat down. This time, the demonic fighting sect's disciples no longer looked at Yang Feng with disdain and provocation. As a great warlock, Yang Feng became a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, and received a lot of criticism in the demonic fighting sect. After all, there were many extremely talented and hardworking geniuses in the demonic fighting sect. They had to climb up step by step from disciple in name to outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple and true disciple. Only then could they be accepted as a personal disciple by the four great elders. Now that Yang Feng defeated Zhong Sunan with absolute strength in the great warlock realm, no one dared to question his qualifications as a personal disciple of the great elders. With a bitter expression on his face, Zhong Sunan walked down from the grand arena. Clearly his defeat at Yang Feng's hands was a big blow to him. If he had been defeated by a Starry Sky warlock, he would have been a little disappointed at most. But to be defeated by a great warlock, it was a huge blow to his pride. The second and third ranked inner sect disciples also issued a challenge to Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. As a result, the second and third ranked inner sect disciples were easily defeated by Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. After the duels, the great sect competition officially came to an end. The demonic fighting sect's disciples surrounding the grand arena slowly dispersed. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, please wait. Yang Feng was just about to return to his dwelling to prepare for the next step, when Zhang Hanshan's charming and pleasant voice came from behind. Zhang Hanshan said with a sweet smile, Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I am Zhang Hanshan, a disciple of great elder Yu Wuxian. This is Zhui Yifan, a disciple of great elder He Liannu. This is Zhou Feng, a disciple of great elder Yu Jinggang. Let's go to the Jade Immortal Abode and have a small gathering. How about it? Yang Feng's footsteps paused slightly. He hesitated for a moment, and his gaze swept past Wang Zhilan beside him. Zhang Hanshan's gaze swept past Wang Jilan, and she said with a smile, "Of course, if junior disciple Sister Wang wants to come with us, you're welcome." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "All right." Zhang Han's Han, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng were personal disciples of the other three great elders. They were elite geniuses of the demonic fighting sect. If they didn't die, they would have a great chance of promoting to Moonlight Warlocks in the future, and even have a trace of advancing to Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Since they were willing to make friends, Yang Feng naturally couldn't refuse their good intentions. The Jade Immortal Abode was located in the demonic fighting sect. It was a restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. The warlocks of the Celestial Food Peak were gourmets. They specialized in cooking all kinds of extraordinary life forms and extraordinary plants, displaying their deliciousness and power, so that the diners could enjoy the delicacies and strengthen their strength. The Celestial Food Peak was weak, and their peak seat only had a pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. However, they had many industries in the demonic fighting sect. At the same time, they were sheltered by the sect's bigwigs, which was why they didn't disappear. The Jade Immortal Abode was the top restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. On the 9th floor of the Jade Immortal Abode, on a table, there were dragon livers and phoenix marrow as well as rare and exotic fruits. Every dish was incomparably precious. If a level 1 warlock were to casually take a bite, their physical constitution would be greatly strengthened and their spirit force would also skyrocket. Yang Feng's group of 5 sat around the table. At the banquet, the 5 people exchanged cups of wine and chatted happily. Both sides wanted to make friends, and so the relationship between them quickly became close. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Han's Han drained a cup of spirit wine, blushed and said with a charming smile, "In 3 years the Time Sky City Competition Assembly will be held. At that time, we should join hands to seize the key of time and strive to enter the Time Sky City together." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Time Sky City Competition Assembly, what is that?" The Time Sky City is the residence of the first Warlock Emperor Time Lord. It is one of the most precious legacies he left for us human warlocks on the Zhangji Plain. Every 100 years, it will appear in the world once. Only human warlocks with a key of time and cultivation base below the Starry Sky Warlock rank can enter the Time Sky City. In the Time Sky City, there are countless treasures collected by the Time Lord. At the same time, there is a Time Sky Pillar, which records the Warlock Emperor rank time text created by the Time Lord. Previous Warlock Emperors have gone to the Time Sky City when they were young and comprehended the time text recorded on the Time Sky Pillar. Every time before the Time Sky City appears, a secret realm will appear in the holy capital Time City. In that secret realm, a key of time will appear. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a grand event where countless human warlocks of the Zhangji Plain compete for the 108 keys of time. At that time, even the experts from the 3 great dynasties of the Western world, the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty will come here to fight for the 108 keys of time, Wang Jilan explained. Chapter 420. The Zhangji Plain's primary world is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. In the Eastern world, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the support of the 10 great sects, the 8 great families and countless large and small sections. The Western world was divided into the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty. The 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord was a peerless expert born in the Western world, and his might was unparalleled. He unified all human warlock forces in the Zhangji Plain's origin world. Even though the Eastern world's human warlocks don't have a favorable impression of the Dawn Lord, but they have to admit that the Dawn Lord is one of the strongest human warlocks in the history of the Zhangji Plain, second only to the 7 Warlock Emperors. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the Eastern world and the Western world immediately split. After experiencing countless chaos and wars, the Eastern world finally formed the Great Cloud Dynasty through constant compromises and negotiations. As for the Western world, it was divided into 3 great dynasties. Each of the Western world's 3 dynasties is far weaker than the Great Cloud Dynasty, but when the 3 dynasties join forces, they can suppress the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, back then the King of Dawn was born in the Western world. While he was suppressing the world, he also treated the Western world well, allowing the Western world to develop tremendously during his 10,000 years of existence. The warlock geniuses of the Breast Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty will gather in the Holy City of Time, which means that the warlock geniuses of the entire Zhangji Plain will gather there to compete for the 108 keys of time. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Isn't the Time Lord from our Eastern world?" Why can the people of the Western world enter the time sky city that he left behind? Zhang Hanzhan smiled sweetly and said, although the Lord of Time is from our Eastern world, he is still a member of our Eastern world. However, it wasn't just the people from our Eastern world who followed him to fight against the ancient gods. Of the 36 Holy Spirit warlocks and 108 warlock monarchs who followed the Time Lord, 1/3 came from the Western world. One of the Time King's 4 queens was from the Western world. Furthermore, a close female friend from the Western world died in order to save the Lord of Time, who had yet to rise to prominence. Naturally, he would not favor one over the other. Zhui Yifan snorted in dissatisfaction. This also gave the King of Dawn a chance to rise. If the King of Dawn hadn't comprehended the heavenly pillar of time back then, he would have been nothing more than a minor character. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred and he revealed a smile. I wonder if warp gates can be opened in the great secret realm. If we can open a warp gate, the scene will be very beautiful. The huge mechanical legion could even slay Moonlight Warlock rank astral beasts. If Yang Feng could open a warp gate in the great secret realm, then he would be able to get all the keys of time in the great secret realm by himself. Everyone chatted for a while longer before the host and the guest had enjoyed themselves and left. After the Fighting Demonic Sect's great competition, Yang Feng's name spread throughout the Fighting Demonic Sect, and all disciples knew of his prestige. Yang Feng casually took a mission in the Demonic Fighting Sect and left the sect. On the Feisua Plain, the desolate island's Black Dragon country, in an underground room, dazzling light shone, and a person walked out of the warp gate. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced to the side and saw his clone wrapped in a red cocoon, his eyes closed, desperately resisting the erosion of the divinity of massacre while comprehending the mysteries of the law of massacre. Although Yang Feng's clone killed the 3 clerics who claimed to be subordinates of the King of Dawn in one fell swoop with the help of the divinity of massacre, but he was still eroded by the divinity of massacre. Before he fully comprehended the domain of massacre, he couldn't move freely. Otherwise he would become a fierce beast that only knew how to kill. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber and stepped into the royal palace of the Black Dragon country. Greetings, Your Majesty. Along the way, when the dragon-born experts with Black Dragon bloodline saw Yang Feng, they knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. Yang Feng came to the Black Dragon Hall and sat down on the seats that were originally reserved for the 6 dragon gods of the Black Dragon country. Bell tolls rang in the Beniege city. Not long after, the Black Dragon Palace's interior was filled with people. Yang Feng glanced at the demigod Black Dragon standing on his right and asked indifferently, Oben, how is the training of the Navy going? Oben took a deep look at Yang Feng and said respectfully, Your Majesty, the Navy is ready and waiting for your orders. The desolate archipelago was composed of numerous huge islands in the sea. The Black Dragon country had a strong navy to begin with. It was just that it didn't have a legend rank warship. Yang Feng said indifferently, Good. Pass down my order. Immediately assemble the navy and wait for orders. Oben replied respectfully, Yes. Your Majesty. A few days later, a huge navy headed by the legend Black Steel warship assembled and sailed towards the deep sea. The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's fleet's lair, the Dragon Bones Island, had warships anchored on the harbor. Around the Dragon Bones Island, there were dragon seagulls with a trace of dragon bloodline flying. A warship more than 80 meters long cruised around the Dragon Bones Island. One by one, the pirates slumped listlessly on the deck, basking in the sun while drinking wine. On the lookout tower, the lookout game looked into the distance with a pair of binoculars for a while, and then cursed in a low voice, Damn it, to actually have to patrol. Who would dare to provoke the Dragon Skeleton Pirates in the vicinity of the Dragon Bones Island? His Majesty is too small. Game suddenly recalled a woman he played with a few days ago and cursed, The aristocratic chick I caught a few days ago was really fun to play with. Her skin was soft and tender, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. It's a pity that those guys killed her. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. They don't know how to restrain themselves. That way they can play longer. While Game was reminiscing about the aristocratic young lady he played with before, he casually looked at the horizon. Slightly taken aback, his expression suddenly changed and he stood up, raised the pair of binoculars and looked into the distance. He saw a black line appear on the horizon, and the Black Dragon country's fleet, led by the Black Steel warship, braved the wind and rushed over. Game's complexion changed dramatically, and he issued heart-wrenching roars, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the next moment, beams of light from the super railgun shot out from the Black Steel armor and bombarded the battleship sent by the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, blasting the battleship into countless holes. Under the bombardment of the super railgun, the pirates were torn apart one by one. After several rounds of firing, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship sank into the sea. The beautiful eyes of the Black Dragon Country's holy maiden Arlette shimmered with astonishment, and stormy waves set off in her heart. So strong. Is this the power of a modified legendary warship? It's so powerful. Amazing. So this is the power of a legendary warship. How terrifying. With this warship we won't lose. When the Black Dragon Country's naval warriors saw the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship destroyed a dozen nautical miles away without being able to fight back, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Originally, the Black Dragon Country's naval warriors were very dissatisfied with Yang Feng, the new emperor of the Black Dragon Country. It was only because they were intimidated by the despotic power of the demigod Black Dragon Oben that they reluctantly obeyed Yang Feng's orders. Now that they saw how powerful the Black Steel warship was after Yang Feng's modification, they felt a trace of recognition towards Yang Feng. The demigod Black Dragon Oben was also filled with astonishment. What a fearsome fellow. He can actually modify legendary warships. His alchemy is really terrifying. The legendary warship Black Steel warship was an alchemy treasure passed down from the Age of Gods. No one had ever been able to modify it to become stronger. However, Yang Feng had clearly modified the Black Steel warship to become stronger, far surpassing its original power. Oben was well aware of how difficult it was to achieve this, and he was even more fearful of Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and assessed. The railgun beam's penetrative power is formidable, but it can't explode. In terms of efficiency alone, it can't compare to large-caliber heavy artillery. The Black Steel warship quickly adjusted itself, and a huge heavy cannon with a caliber of 897 mm extended out. A liquid robot disguised as a crew member quickly went over and pretended to adjust the muzzle of the large-caliber heavy artillery. The Level 1 optical computer installed on the Black Steel warship made frantic calculations and continuously adjusted the 897 mm caliber heavy artillery. Boom. When the large-caliber heavy artillery fired, a 100-meter-long warship anchored on the Dragon Bones Island's port dozens of kilometers away was immediately engulfed by the terrific explosion. Flames soared into the sky, countless wood shavings splashed, and the warship broke in two and slowly sank into the sea. Good, amazing. This cannoneer is too fearsome. To be able to hit a target dozens of kilometers away. What terrifying power. One cannon shot smashed a warship. How terrifying. Legendary warship. As expected of the strongest naval weapon, the legendary warship. This power isn't something that humans can contend against. Invincible. With this warship we're invincible. When the dragonborn crew of the Black Dragon Country's fleet saw this scene, they were filled with excitement. The Feisua Plains technology was very backward. The power of the bronze cannons on warships was very small. Apart from legendary warships like the Black Steel warship, the cannons of other warships had no power at all. The naval battles of this world were basically close combat. Now that the Black Steel warship destroyed another warship dozens of kilometers away, it simply subverted the rules of naval battles of this world. Chapter 421. After the warship was destroyed, the entire Dragon Bones Island became like an ant's nest that was doused with hot water. Countless pirates poured out and rushed towards the port where the pirate ships were located. From the Dragon Bones Island came the voice of the pirate Lord Lionel. I am the Dragon Skeleton Pirate Lord Lionel. Which friend has come to my Dragon Bones Island as a guest? Is there a misunderstanding between us? Boom. The 897 mm heavy artillery fired again and smashed a 100-meter-long warship of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates into pieces, and the warship sank into the sea. Beams of light formed by the super railgun bombarded the battleships in the harbor of Dragonbone Island. Countless battleships were riddled with holes and slowly sank. Arlette took a step forward majestically and said in a loud voice, I am the Holy Maiden of the Black Dragon Country. His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire has personally led an expedition to conquer the East Sea. Lionel, hand over the Dragonbones warship in your hands and submit to His Majesty, and you may still have a chance to live. Otherwise today will be the day of death for scumbags like you. Sitting on a chair on the Black Steel warship's bridge, Yang Feng propped up his cheek with one hand and looked at the majestic-looking Arlette with a smile in his eyes. A beautiful diplomat is really pleasing to the eye. Lionel shouted anxiously, Stop. Isn't it common sense to stop attacking when negotiating? Stop right now, I can consider your proposal. While Arlette was speaking, the Black Steel warship still didn't stop its bombardment. A dense rain of light and artillery bombarded the Dragon Bones Island, destroying the pirates and the warships in the port. Arlette said in a loud voice, "You have no choice. Surrender or die. Until you make a choice, our attack will not stop." A gloomy expression on his face, Lionel said coldly, "In that case, let me show you the true strength of the dragon skeleton pirates." As soon as Lionel's words fell, a terrifying dragon might rose from Dragon Bones Island, and a silver dragon over 50 meters in length flew out, flapped its wings and flew over. An adult silver dragon that could fly in the sky could even defeat many human demigod-level powerhouses in the ocean. This was the trump card of the dragon skeleton pirates. Oben's eyes flashed and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please allow me to fight." Yang Feng said lightly, "Emichim go?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Oben's figure blurred and he flew into the air. With a flash of black light, he turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon exuding demigod-rank aura. "You are Oben. Traitor Oben." When the silver dragon saw the huge black dragon that Oben had transformed into, its eyes flashed with surprise. "That's right, Roy. You really haven't improved. After hundreds of years, he still hasn't stepped into the Starry Sky Warlock realm. Furthermore, he became a thug for a lowly pirate. You're a disgrace to our dragon race. Let me take care of you." Oben smiled ferociously, flapped his wings, and rushed towards Roik along with a terrifying hurricane. The inheritances of dragon experts were much more complete than those of human experts. They were well aware of the division of ranks in the 36 primary material planes. The division of ranks was strictly based on the Tsangji plane's rank, because the plane of dragons had also been suppressed and dominated by the Tsangji plane's human warlocks. Roik roared wildly, "Oben, you're a disgrace to our dragon race. I was ordered by the clan to assist Lionel in dominating the East Sea. Since you attacked me, do you want to ruin the clan's plan? Even though you've already advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but you're still no match for the clan's elders." Oben smiled ferociously. No longer speaking nonsense, he pounced on Roik and screamed madly. The two fearsome dragons fought frantically in the sky. Among dragons, silver dragons were second only to gold dragons. Silver dragons were a notch higher than black dragons. In the same realm, silver dragons were a notch stronger than black dragons. However, Oben was already a Starry Sky Warlock rank black dragon, while Roik was just a quasi-Starry Sky Warlock rank silver dragon. Even though the silver dragon was a notch higher than the black dragon, but Roik was still not Oben's match. As soon as the two sides fought, Roik was completely suppressed. He cut a sorry figure and many wounds appeared all over his body. Above the sea, the Black Steel warship's artillery rumbled, and beams of light slammed into the warships docked at the Dragon Bones Island's port. At every moment, warships were torn to pieces by the Black Steel warship's artillery fire. The pirates desperately tried to board the warship, but in the end they sank together with the warship. Afraid of the Black Steel warship's terrifying firepower, many pirates chose to escape, or hide and shiver, watching pale-faced as the warship sank into the water. Suddenly a wave surged. From the side of Dragon Bones Island, a Dragon Bones warship sped over from behind Dragon Bones Island. A terrifying draconic might gushed out from the Dragon Bones warship. A pair of huge dragon bone wings extended from the Dragon Bones warship and flew into the air with a terrifying gust of wind. Among the legendary warships left in the secular world by the god of pirates, only 3 could fly for a short period of time. The Dragon Bones warship was one of them. When the Black Dragon country's navy saw the Dragon Bones warship flying in the air, their countenances changed dramatically. "Interesting Dragon Bones warship. Let me experience the power of your legendary warship." Sitting aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng, dressed in a military uniform, showed a smile, blurred into motion, and strode towards the Dragon Bones warship. "Your Majesty. His Majesty is going to fight. It's His Majesty. He's personally taking action." The eyes of the Black Dragon country's naval warriors flashed with excitement as they watched Yang Feng walk in the direction of the Dragon Bones warship. Apart from a few officers, no one in the Black Dragon country's navy had ever seen Yang Feng in action. The naval officers were full of expectations for Yang Feng, the powerhouse who killed 5 dragon gods. The Dragon Bones warship's bow gun shone with light, and the patterns on the bow gun lit up, and a terrifying beam of light capable of obliterating demigod-rank powerhouses shot towards Yang Feng. A fearsome spatial fluctuation condensed around Yang Feng, and distorted space took shape around him. When the Dragon Bone's warship's bow gun slammed into the distorted space, it shuttled back and forth, and finally slammed heavily into a Dragon Skeleton Pirate's warship, destroying the 100-meter-long warship. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon Country's navy and the Dragon Skeleton Pirates were dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with shock. So strong. So strong. That's His Majesty for you. So strong. This power is really formidable. His Majesty must be the embodiment of a true god walking in the secular world. The Black Dragon Country's navy soldiers were filled with excitement, and their morale was greatly boosted. Freak. How can we defeat such a freak? Even the Dragon Bone cannon can't hurt him. How can we be his opponent? When the pirates aboard the Dragon Bone's warship saw this scene, their eyes filled with fear and their morale plummeted. The Dragon Bone cannon was the strongest weapon on the Dragon Bone's warship, yet it couldn't hurt Yang Feng. This fact left them in despair. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared aboard the Dragon Bone's warship. When the cruel and vicious pirates saw Yang Feng, they couldn't help but take a few steps back with their blades in hand, and fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze shifted, and his gaze fell on a pirate mixed in with the ordinary pirates, and he said indifferently, "Lionel, come out. Since you don't want to surrender, then I'll send you to hell." Shamelessly hiding among the ordinary pirates, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel wanted to mount a sneak attack on Yang Feng. The bones of the skinny pirate with an aged face issued crackling sounds, and he turned into the tall and handsome Dragon Skeleton Pirate King Lionel with a wicked temperament. Lionel stared at Yang Feng with a dignified expression and said while enunciating each syllable, "Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon Country, I am Lionel. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates have never plundered the ships of the Black Dragon Country. There is no enmity between us. May I ask why you attacked the Dragon Skeleton Pirates, Your Majesty? The caravans that went out to sea have no enmity with you pirates, so why did you attack them?" Yang Feng swept the pirates with a glance, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he said with a cold smile, "I came to annihilate you in order to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, eradicate scum like you, and maintain the order of the East Sea." Lionel said with a cold smile, "Enforce justice on behalf of heaven? What pompous and hypocritical words. You've taken a fancy to the fat meat that is the East Sea and you want to take a bite out of it." The East Sea was extremely vast. This sea ran through the Morinth Empire, the Titan Empire, and many coastal neutral principalities and kingdoms. Each of the 3 pirate kings was as wealthy as a state, and each of them had more than 10,000 pirates under their command. Besides, they had planted countless spies and established countless strongholds in the coastal states, relying on the rich resources of the East Sea. Chapter 422. Yang Feng said with a smile, "You're right. I have my eye on the East Sea's financial resources. Therefore you pirate kings are really an eyesore. You're all going to die." Lionel's eyes flickered and he uttered, "You want to eradicate us? Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, we 3 pirate kings, no 2 pirate kings have powerful forces supporting us from behind. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates have the support of the Country of Dragons. If you wipe us out, you'll be making an enemy of the Country of Dragons. There are countless dragons in the Country of Dragons, and their strength is beyond your imagination. It's not too late for you to leave now." Yang Feng sneered, "You talk too much nonsense. Lionel, do it. Let me see how strong the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King who runs amok in the East Sea is. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? My father is the ancient golden dragon Robert Enne. He possesses frightening strength that can rival gods." A cold light flashed in Lionel's eyes. In an instant, 2 dragon horns grew out of his head, and the power of the dragon permeated his body. Suddenly he unleashed the drawing technique, the Dragon Slash, which he had never lost in the East Sea for decades. A copious amount of dragon chi revolved around the legend rank magic blade, which, as if forming a roaring dragon, wrapped around the legend rank magic blade and slashed towards Yang Feng with frightening fluctuations capable of splitting the scales of Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons. The Dragon Slash was the crystallization of Lionel's decades of cultivation. Within 10 meters of it, even a legend wizard would be slain in an instant. Faced with the fearsome blade strike, Yang Feng extended his index finger and tapped the Sky Splitter blade with a seemingly slow but actually fast motion. Ding! Along with a crisp sound under everyone's shocked gazes, the Space Splitter blade was flicked away by Yang Feng's finger. Lionel was also sent flying by himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen-plus meters, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Feng lowered his head slightly and glanced at his index finger, only to see that there was only a white mark on it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The strongest warlock path is indeed worthy of the title of strongest. The primal chaos imperishable body coupled with the power of the semi-plane is really frighteningly powerful. Lionel, since I've taken your attack, I'll give it to you. Come and take a punch from me. Yang Feng barked, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of Lionel in a flash. Before Lionel could react, he punched Liu Bell in the abdomen. With a loud bang, the terrifying power instantly pierced through Liu Bell, and he exploded into a mist of blood that scattered throughout the Dragon Bones warship. When the pirates saw this scene, their limbs turned cold and they were filled with fear. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a spatial gate suddenly appeared. A huge space door suddenly appeared on the Black Steel warship. Arlette and the naval soldiers who were ready for boarding quickly passed through the portal and arrived on the Dragon Bones warship. Arlette pointed her legendary spear at the pirates and shouted, "For His Majesty, kill them all! For His Majesty!" The dragon-born naval soldiers roared loudly and followed behind Arlette as they charged at the pirates. Yang Feng walked towards a seat specially set up on the Dragon Bones warship. "Kill him. Everyone, let's go together and kill him. Only then will we have a way out." The eyes of the pirates shimmered fiercely, and they rushed towards Yang Feng one after another. After being forced into a desperate situation, the pirates revealed their ferocious nature. As if he didn't see the ferocious pirates, when the more than 100 pirates rushed to his side, strange spatial distortions suddenly appeared. In an instant, the bodies of the more than 100 pirates were divided into strange spaces. In the next moment, a copious amount of blood burst out of the bodies of the pirates, looking like bewitching and strange flowers of blood. Seeing this scene, fear flashed in the eyes of the pirates, and they didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. Step by step, Yang Feng walked to the seat placed on the dais, reclined on a chair, held a large caliber hand cannon in his hand, and looked down like a god overlooking the secular world. Bang! A pirate with superb martial skills had just deflected the sword of a dragonborn and was about to kill the dragonborn with a saber strike, when a gunshot rang out, and the pirate's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The dragonborn naval soldier looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais with excitement in his eyes. He roared, picked up the sword that was deflected, and continued to attack the pirates. Every time the dragonborn naval soldiers faced a crisis, a gunshot would ring out, and the head of a pirate would explode. Under such circumstances, the morale of the pirates was extremely low. In particular, Arlette was extremely powerful. In the wake of her silver dragon spear, pirates were easily pierced and cut apart. No one could withstand a blow from her. "I surrender. I surrender." The pirates only lasted for a short while in this desperate battle before kneeling down and surrendering. The most unruly pirates jumped from the Dragon Bones warship into the sea. Not long after the Dragon Bones warship was occupied, it turned around and aimed at another warship on Dragon Bones Island. The dragonhead cannon flashed, and a beam of light descended from the sky and blasted the warship. Boom! Along with a blare, the beam of light pierced through the warship, shook slightly, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing the Dragon Bones warship change sides, the pirates on the Dragon Bones Island revealed looks of despair in their eyes, and they fled and hid on the Dragon Bones Island. In the sky, Oben completely suppressed Roik, riddling the Silver Dragon Roik with wounds. When the Silver Dragon Roik saw the Dragon Bones warship change sides, he knew that the situation was anything but reassuring. He silently recited an incantation, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an attempt to use spatial spells to escape. "You want to use spatial spells in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." The spatial fluctuation had just enveloped the Silver Dragon Roik, when it strangely disappeared. Yang Feng's voice sounded beside Roik. When Roik turned his head, he saw that Yang Feng had already appeared in front of him. Yang Feng smiled and slammed a fist into Roik's neck. A frightening power erupted in a flash, and Roik's neck was blasted to pieces. The dragon head separated from the body, and the dragon fell from the sky. When the black dragon Oben saw this scene, his eyes filled with fear. So strong. What a terrifying power. He's just a great warlock. How can he have such frightening power? The black dragon Oben was a demigod-ranked dragon. Even if he used all his dragon force and slammed a blow into Roik's neck with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to smash Royk's neck. The frightening power displayed by Yang Feng was far beyond the black dragon Oben's imagination. Yang Feng glanced at Oben and said lightly, "Oben, you and Arlet go and arrest those scum pirates and put them on trial. Those guilty of the most heinous crimes will be hanged, while those guilty of lesser crimes will be spared." Oben responded even more respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, Oben's figure fluttered, and he changed back into his human form and flew towards the Dragon Bones Island. One after another, the Black Dragon Country's warships landed on Dragon Bones Island. Countless naval soldiers rushed towards the island. In front of the demigod-rank Black Dragon Oben and the legend-rank Dragonborn expert Arlet, the pirates of the Dragon Bones Island couldn't withstand a single blow. They were found in the tunnels and were either killed or surrendered. Yang Feng rescued 20,000 women and children who were plundered by the Dragon Skeleton pirates from the Dragon Bones Island. The three pirate kings not only plundered merchant ships in the sea, but also landed on land from time to plunder the women and children of coastal cities to vent their desires. They were scum, so Yang Feng didn't feel any pressure killing them. After a simple trial, 10,000 of the surrendered pirates on the island were directly hanged, while the remaining 5,000 pirates who had committed lesser crimes were disorganized and temporarily reduced to slaves to see what would happen in the future. A day later, in the deepest secret chamber of the Dragon Bones Island's city master's mansion, Yang Feng pushed open the door of the secret chamber and saw gold coins and gems piled up inside, emitting brilliant light. The value of the gold coins and gems in the secret chamber alone was tens of millions of gold coins. Yang Feng glanced at the secret chamber with a tranquil look in his eyes, then went to the deepest part of the secret chamber. On an ordinary wall without any decorations, he silently recited an incantation and pressed with his hand. The wall twisted and eventually broke open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Yang Feng walked into the pitch-black passageway. When he reached the end of the passageway, he saw a huge bronze gate appear in front of him. Yang Feng flicked his wrist and a legend-rank sword suddenly shot out. With a flash of sword light, the bronze gate fell apart and scattered on the ground. As soon as the bronze door shattered, waves of extremely dazzling light surged out from within the bronze door, and it illuminated the dim passageway to the point it was extremely bright. As soon as Yang Feng entered, he saw mountains of gold, silver, and jewel, as well as chests of precious minerals, magic stones, magic ores, precious magic plants, and various other treasures laid out in the cave. If all the treasures in the cave were sold, it wouldn't be strange to sell them for 10 billion gold coins. Chapter 423. Not bad, the three pirate lords are really rich. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Feng's eyes roamed around the treasury. Finally, with a look of ecstasy on his face, he came to a pile of ores and picked them up. Yang Feng picked up the pile of ores and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. "This is top-notch inert Atlam stone. Ah, that's great. This inert Atlam stone is enough to make a semi-top-notch warp gate." At present, Yang Feng already had the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, which could synthesize the lowest grade inert Atlam stone to make the lowest grade warp gates. At present he couldn't synthesize the top-notch inert Atlam stone. Now, the top-notch inert Atlam stone he obtained from the treasury was enough to increase the number of top-notch warp gates in Yang Feng's possession from 4 to 5. Each additional top-notch warp gate meant that Yang Feng could control an additional plane and obtain more resources. At the same time he could make more choices. At present, Yang Feng had 4 top-notch warp gates in his possession. They were in the Feisua Plains Desolate Islands, the Turandot Subcontinent's underground base, and the Astral Boundaries Planar Star River. Once the 5th top-grade warp gate is created, Yang Feng will be able to freely travel between more planes. Yang Feng looked at the inert Atlam stone, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Feisua plane is one of the 36 primary material planes for it to have so many top-notch inert Atlam stone. In other words, as long as I get a few more treasuries, I may be able to have a dozen more top-notch warp gates. If I can put one on each of the 36 primary material planes, that would be great. Since top-notch inert Atlam stone could be found on the Feisua plane, then the amount of inert Atlam stone on this plane was definitely not small. It wasn't impossible for Yang Feng to get his hands on top-notch inert Atlam stone. Ghost Skull Island, in the castle where the Black Skeleton Pirate Lord lived. The Black Skeleton Pirate Lord Column said with a gloomy expression, "Lionel was killed. Are you sure?" In front of Column sat a beautiful Naga high priest. Her upper body was that of a beautiful human, but her lower body was that of a snake. She said, This is an oracle from the great Naga High God. Do you want to question the authenticity of the great God's oracle? Kalam's heart trembled as he hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. I'm completely devoted to the great Naga goddess, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for her. How could he question the divine decree of the great God? I'll follow your orders, great priest, and make the arrangements so that everyone is on high alert. Rumble. Boom. Before Kalam could finish his words, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded on Ghost Skull Island. The entire castle was shaken. Kalam was shocked. What's going on? A pirate leader rushed to Kalam's side and shouted, Your Majesty, not good. The attack was coming. The dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Those bastards from the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Kalam grabbed the collar of the pirate leader and pulled him up from the ground. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared, Dragon skeleton pirates. You idiot, calm down and speak properly. Why did you say that the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived? The pirate leader screamed, Dragon Bones warship. There's a Dragon Bones warship in that fleet. The 3 legendary warships were the symbols of the 3 pirate lords of the East Sea. When the pirate leader saw the Dragon Bones warship, it was normal for him to think that the dragon skeleton pirates had arrived. Kalam roared with a gloomy face, Did that fleet fly the flag of the dragon skeleton pirates? The pirate leader quickly replied, No, they flew the flag of a black dragon. Kalam's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with wisdom as he said solemnly, It seems that it's as you said, great priest, the dragon skeleton pirates had been swallowed up. Even the legendary warship Dragon Bones warship had fallen into their hands. The dragon skeleton pirates and our pirate groups are about the same in terms of strength. Since that fleet was able to swallow the dragon skeleton pirates, our black skeleton pirates won't be able to resist them. Great priest, please take action. Otherwise, I can only order my brothers to split up and flee. Although Kalam looked like an ordinary pirate with muscles all over his head, looking like a bear, he was very clear-minded. But in fact, his mind was very clear and he was extremely cunning. Based on the various pieces of information, he judged that he was definitely not a match for Yang Feng's fleet, and made the decision to have his subordinates flee in different directions. He didn't even want the treasures hidden on the Ghost Skeleton Island. The Naga Great Priest said calmly, Got it? We'll take action. In the sea, no one dares to ignore us Nagas. As soon as Kalam and the Naga Great Priest walked out of the castle, they saw the legendary warship Black Steel warship in the distance shoot countless beams and shells bombarding the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates. Warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates sank into the sea one after another. The Dragon Bones warship flapped its wings and flew into the air, into the midst of the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates, and then the huge dragon head bit down and tore a warship in half, sinking it into the sea. The Dragon Bones warship, which seemed to have turned into a huge bone dragon, dropped from the sky and pounced at the warships. Every time it pounced, a warship would sink. The Black Skeleton Pirates madly rushed towards the warships at the port. But they had just boarded a warship when it was destroyed. There was no hope for them to fight. Kalam's face became extremely unsightly, and he looked at the Black Steel warship with apprehension in his eyes. He had seen the strength of the Black Steel warship before. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship was more than 100 times stronger than before. Whether in terms of firepower, range, or accuracy, the Black Steel warship modified by Yang Feng far surpassed the original Black Steel warship by more than a generation. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship could easily beat 10 original Black Steel warships. This was the huge gap in technology. The Naga Great Priest silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger in midair. Blue divine light condensed in midair and formed a 20-meter-tall Naga Great Priest projection constructed from water elemental particles. The Naga Great Priest projection suspended in midair said solemnly, I am the Naga Great Priest of the Black Skeleton Island, Kuna. Please have a chat with me, Your Majesty, the Black Dragon Country. Sitting on the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng looked at the Naga Great Priest projection with disdain in his eyes, smiled coldly and waved his hand. Arlette stepped forward and said loudly, I am the Black Dragon Country's Saintess Arlette. If you have something to say it to me. Great Priest Kuna. Kuna's gaze swept past Arlette, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She was a great priest of the Naga race and her status was extremely lofty. Even the human coastal states had to act according to her wishes. If she went to the human coastal states, the kings of the human coastal states would be respectful to her. Now that Yang Feng was sitting on the black steel warship, yet he only let Arlette talk to her, she felt humiliated. Kuna spoke haughtily and threateningly, "The Black Skeleton Island is the territory of the Naga race. Please stop attacking the Black Skeleton Island immediately. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Naga race and the billions of merfolk in the East Sea. If you leave now and compensate us for our losses, then I can treat today's matter as if it never happened." Arlette frowned slightly and turned to look at Yang Feng. In the East Sea, the most powerful forces were not the three human pirate groups, but the merfolk with countless people living in the East Sea. Any human ship that wanted to pass through the sea had to offer sacrifices to the merfolk. If it wasn't for the fact that the merfolk gods were wary of the human gods, it would be impossible for human ships to sail on the sea. Although the dragonborn powerhouses of the desolate islands were very powerful, but they could not contend against the merfolk of the East Sea. The gazes of the dragonborn on the warship focused on Yang Feng, full of worship and expectation. These days, Yang Feng led them to crush the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, and now he was about to destroy the forces of the Black Skeleton Pirate King. On the verge of dominating the East Sea, the Dragonborn worshipped Yang Feng very much, and treated his orders as if they were divine. "I am full of respect for the merfolk gods, and have no intention of being hostile to the merfolk." Yang Feng glanced at Kuna, and his eyes flickered with cold killing intent, and he said overbearingly, "However, I want the East Sea. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. You Nagas, leave the Black Skeleton Island immediately, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, you Nagas as well as all the merfolk in the East Sea, are my enemies and will be wiped out one by one." Kuna's pretty face changed and she took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her eyes filled with frigid killing intent. "You? Very well. Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon Country, I will bring your words to our Naga Empress. Only destruction awaits your Black Dragon Country. Let's go." Her face ashen, Kuna ordered coldly. The Naga warriors in the temple on the Black Skeleton Island immediately followed Kuna and jumped into the sea. Colum was very cunning. He didn't even take the legendary warship Ghost Ship, and instead took dozens of his trusted aides to escape the Black Skeleton Island with Kuna. Chapter 424. After Colum and the Naga tribe warriors escaped from Black Skeleton Island, Black Skeleton Island was left without a leader and fell into chaos. As soon as Yang Feng's army landed on the Black Skeleton Island, the pirates surrendered one after another. The Black Dragon Country rescued more than 30,000 women and children from the Black Skeleton Island. After rummaging through the Black Skeleton Island, Yang Feng found treasures and cash worth more than 10 million gold coins. Obviously, the gold coins and various treasures that the Black Skeleton Pirate King had earned over the years were all offered to the Naga Sirens in order to gain their protection. Arlette pointed to the Naga temple and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do with this temple?" Yang Feng looked at the Naga temple and couldn't help but frown. The Naga temple enshrined the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. She was an intermediate divine force rank god, a terrifying powerhouse on the same level as the fighting demonic sect's four great elders. If it wasn't for the planar tide, even with the agreement of the gods, Yang Feng wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful god. Yang Feng taking the Black Skeleton Island away from the Nagas was nothing in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas. However, if he dared to blaspheme the statue of the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, he would definitely make an irreconcilable enemy. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said, "Pass down my order, no one is allowed to blaspheme the statue of the god inside. Arlette, I want you to keep an eye on this for me. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Arlette's heart shook slightly and she uttered, "Yes. Your Majesty." 50,000 meters under the sea in the East Sea, there was a city full of art that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the city there were giant spiral houses, coral mountains and other buildings full of merfolk style and aura. On the streets, there were Nagas with human bodies and snake tails, octopuses with octopus heads and human-like bodies, and other strange merfolk powerhouses. In the center of the city, there was a magnificent palace with an area of more than tens of thousands of hectares. It was covered by a powerful barrier, and it was extremely exquisite and luxurious. That palace was the East Sea Monarch Palace. The East Sea Monarch Palace had a powerful barrier that prevented seawater from invading. The East Sea Monarch Palace was filled with fresh air and powerful mana creatures. Even humans could live freely and comfortably here. There was an ocean palace in each of the four seas. Each ocean palace was beautifully built and possessed great power. The four great ocean monarch palaces were the palaces where the four great ocean kings resided. In addition to the four great ocean monarch palaces, there was also an ocean monarch palace in the Western Sea that governed the four great ocean monarch palaces. It was different from the separation of church and state in humans. The Sea clan was basically ruled by a combination of politics and religion. The Sea Emperor was not only the emperor of the Sea clan, but also the pope appointed by the gods of the Sea God sect. The four Sea Kings were the four deputy pope of the Sea God sect. However, with the passage of time, apart from the West Sea Imperial Palace, which was still firmly under the control of the Sea Imperial Palace, the other three imperial palaces of the four seas all paid lip service to the Sea Imperial Palace. Kuna's eyes flashed with malevolence as she swam towards the palace in the East Sea. Damned Emperor of the Black Dragon country! I will return this humiliation 100-fold. In a luxurious palace in the East Sea Imperial Palace, a beautiful four-armed Naga with 4 arms, the upper body of a sexy and beautiful woman, the lower body of a snake, and a crown on her head, sat on a golden throne and indifferently looked at the kneeling Kuna. This peerlessly beautiful four-armed Naga beauty was the current queen of the Naga race, Stephanie. It was under her leadership that the Naga race continued to grow and became a large race that could compete with the merfolk who occupied the Sea Palace. A great cleric like Kuna had a very high status in the Nagas. Originally, she only needed to kneel to the god worshipped by the Nagas. But every time they met, she would respectfully kneel to Stephanie, because Stephanie was one of the Naga divine system's gods appointed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne. For the gods of the Feisua Plain, the planar tide was both a huge disaster and a huge opportunity. If it wasn't for the planar tide, Daphne wouldn't dare to disobey the strong divine power-rank god of the sea Hrihuri. However, if the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to give birth to a few deities during the planar tide, then the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to establish their own mountain and form their own faction. Just like how the goddess Lolth established the dark elven divine system, they would no longer be under the control of others. After listening to Kuna's report, Stephanie tapped the golden throne with her lily-white finger, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a sharp, cold glint. Stephanie showed a beautiful smile, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. Interesting. The sea is the world of our merfolk. Even if the giant dragon clan came to the sea, they would have to fear us. That little barbarian king of the desolate islands dares to provoke us merfolk. I want to know what cards he has up his sleeve. An 8-meter-tall whaleman expert stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead troops to wipe out those barbarians." Stephanie glanced at the whaleman powerhouse and said coldly, "Dan, the apple of wisdom is about to ripen. Our biggest goal now is to let Agatha and the others retrieve the apple of wisdom, not to tangle with those barbarians." Dan's heart shook slightly and he stepped back. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephanie's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of wisdom, and she said faintly, "Kuna, go to the Black Dragon country again. Tell the Emperor of the Black Dragon country that we can temporarily recognize his dominance over the Eastern Sea for 3 years. However, he has to cooperate with us to sink all ships heading for the Apple of Wisdom." Kuna's beautiful eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City Master's mansion. Inside a secret room, the door suddenly opened, and Yang Feng walked out and went to his study. Inside the study, there were 2 sets of chairs, one for Yang Feng's office, and the other for Lena, the butler of the Miracle City. As soon as Yang Feng entered the study, he saw Lena, who was dressed up beautifully, reading various documents and handling various affairs. It was because of Lena and them that Yang Feng could travel around and practice cultivation in seclusion, and the Miracle City was still thriving. "Sir Duke, you're back." The sound of the door opening alarmed Lena. When she looked up and saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she got up to greet him. "I'm back. You've worked hard." Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Lena, and his heart suddenly stirred. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he reached out and embraced Lena. Lena's pretty face suddenly flushed, and her tender body trembled slightly. As if a timid bunny, she clenched her hands and closed her eyes, looking very cute. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he lowered his head and kissed Lena on the lips. After a while, Lena lay softly in Yang Feng's arms, revealing a blissful expression. There were a few bright plum blossoms on the soft sofa. When a blooming flower can be plucked, it must be plucked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to be plucked. It feels so good to pluck flowers. Yang Feng looked at the sweet smile on Lena's face and raised the corners of his mouth, and he lowered his head and kissed her on the face. For the next 2 days Yang Feng accompanied Lina. While listening to the development of the Miracle City, he took a stroll in the city. 3 days later, in the study of the Miracle City's city master's mansion. When the gorgeous, mysterious and sexy Faldina, dressed in a black wizard robe, entered the study, her delicate nose twitched and she creased her eyebrows, saying, "The smell in this room is a bit strange." Lina, the grand butler of the Miracle City, blushed and lowered her head. Her heart was in her throat and she was extremely shy. Faldina raised her eyebrows slightly, and then gracefully sat opposite Yang Feng and said, "By the way, Ian, it's almost time for that matter. If we don't move now, it'll be too late." Yang Feng got up and said, "I'm ready. Let's go." Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness and she said solemnly, "Ready? Are you ready to send warships and sailors? You need huge ships to go to the Golden Strait. Once you enter the Golden Strait, you won't be able to take off no matter what magic you use. Even gods will lose all their divine power and become mortals. Once you enter the Golden Strait, it'll be an era of naval warfare. Without a powerful enough ship, you won't even be able to reach the center of the Golden Strait." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he said faintly, "Don't worry, I'm ready. Is the legendary warship enough?" Shock welled up inside Faldina, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. She quickly asked, "Legendary warship? Which one is it?" It took countless resources to manufacture a legendary warship. On the Feisua Plain, every legendary warship was famous and belonged to a different major force. Faldina didn't expect Yang Feng to be able to get his hands on a legendary warship without making any noise. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The Black Steel warship." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and she said with a sweet smile, "The legendary warship of the Sword and Skeleton Pirate King in the East Sea. You're really amazing to be able to get your hands on this warship." Yang Feng continued, "The Dragon Bones warship." Faldina's complexion changed slightly and she said, "The Dragon Skeleton Pirates were also wiped out by you? They have the backing of the Country of Dragons. Aren't you afraid that the dragons of the Country of Dragons will come after you?" Chapter 425. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Ghost ship?" Faldina's eyes flashed with astonishment and she exclaimed, "You even wiped out the Black Skeleton Pirates? Behind them is the Naga race, the strongest merfolk that dominates the East Sea. Are you crazy? You dare offend the Naga race? They control the route to the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Now that we have 3 legendary warships, can we go to the Golden Strait?" Faldina's eyes flickered for a while and she calmed down. Her beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a smile. She got up from the sofa and came to Yang Feng's side. "Of course." Yang Feng took Faldina to a secret room in the Miracle City. As soon as she entered the secret room, Faldina saw a warp gate full of sci-fi flair. As soon as Yang Feng operated the warp gate, a distorted space appeared inside the warp gate. Yang Feng said with a smile, extended his hand and invited, "Please come in." Faldina's beautiful eyes swirled, and she stepped into the distorted space with a smile. Yang Feng looked at Faldina's back with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Faldina's courage was also far beyond his expectations. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and came to another warp gate. Faldina silently followed Yang Feng through a dozen warp gates in a row, and finally arrived at a secret room in the Black Dragon country. When Yang Feng and Faldina walked out of the secret room, they arrived at the imperial palace of the Black Dragon country. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When the beautiful dragon-born warriors in the imperial palace saw Yang Feng and Faldina, they immediately knelt down and saluted respectfully, their eyes flashing with adoration. The story of the destruction of the 2 pirate kings in the East Sea had spread in the Black Dragon country. The dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodline were full of awe for Yang Feng. Faldina looked curiously at the beautiful dragonborn around her and asked, "These are dragonborn? Is this the country of dragons?" Faldina raised her eyebrows and quickly analyzed, "No. The dragonborn of the country of dragons are loyal to the Dragon Emperor. Except for the Dragon Emperor, they don't address anyone else as His Majesty. This shouldn't be the country of dragons. Instead, he was a dragonborn born from the union of another giant dragon and a human. You're really impressive to be able to subdue a dragon man." There were no traces of dragonborn in the surroundings of the Red Earth Wasteland. This shouldn't be the Red Earth Wasteland but a hidden place. The door we just passed through should be a spatial door similar to a teleportation portal, right Ian? Yang Feng carefully looked at Faldina and said with a smile, "Yes, Faldina, you're really smart." Faldina's analysis of all this was accurate, displaying her powerful analytical ability and wisdom. Faldina smiled charmingly. "Now, can you tell me where this place is?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "This is the Desolate Islands." Faldina's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, "The Desolate Islands? Are you trying to intercept those ships heading for the Golden Strait?" The Desolate Islands were relatively close to the Golden Strait. With it as a base, they could organize a huge fleet to intercept the ships heading to the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he uttered, "That's right." Shocked, Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock and she uttered, "Are you crazy? Those who go to the Golden Strait are people favored by the gods. There are people favored by the gods, people favored by the gods, divine descendant families, clones of gods, and even gods who descend to the secular world and go to the Golden Strait. By doing this, you're offending all the gods." The apple of wisdom was a treasure that even the gods coveted. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, some feeble divine force rank and weak divine force rank gods would even take the risk to go to the Golden Strait to seize the apple of wisdom. For Yang Feng to want to set up a defensive line in the Golden Strait to intercept the many powerhouses heading for the Golden Strait was simply crazy. It could be said that if his plan succeeded, he would offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with madness and he said with a smile, "But it's worth it, isn't it?" Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she revealed a smile saying, "Yes, it's indeed worth it. As long as I get the apple of wisdom, then even if I have to become enemies with the gods, it's worth it." It took 30,000 years for an apple of wisdom to mature. Among the countless plains, only the Feisua Plain had an apple of wisdom. Every time an apple of wisdom appeared, it would cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. Those who seized the apple of wisdom and ate it, and then grew up smoothly, were at least weak divine power rank gods. There were even some mid-level divine power rank and strong divine power rank powerhouses. Weak divine force rank gods were powerful beings equivalent to glorious dawn warlocks of human warlocks. For an apple of wisdom to give people such formidable potential, it would naturally cause countless people to fight over it. For the sake of this apple of wisdom, Yang Feng didn't hesitate to become enemies with the gods of the Feisua Plain. Arlette strode out of the imperial palace and took a deep look at Faldina next to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with hostility and she said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Naga Great Cleric Kuna requests an audience." When she heard that, Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Cleric Kuna? Then tell her to come see me." Arlette responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Black Dragon Country in a rear garden. Yang Feng comfortably reclined on a soft sofa, appreciating the various beautiful flowers in the rear garden. Beautiful dragon-born court dancers danced provocatively and coquettishly in the garden. Faldina sat next to Yang Feng without a trace of politeness. While admiring the beautiful dance of the dragon-born dancers, she leisurely ate all kinds of fruits. Kuna came to the rear garden, took a deep look at Yang Feng and said with a charming smile, "Your Majesty, I am an emissary sent by the Naga. It's my honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng's killing intent was biting cold and he said with a cold smile, "Did you bring a message declaring war on the merfolk?" Kuna's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, yet there was a gentle smile on her pretty face. "No, Her Majesty the Empress is willing to rule the East Sea with you. However, there will be many outsiders attempting to go to the Golden Strait in the near future. Her Majesty the Empress invites you to join hands with us and eliminate those outsiders. In exchange, the East Sea Monarch Palace is willing to recognize the Black Dragon Country's dominance of the East Sea's waterways after this." Kuna sneered in her heart, "Humph! After you offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain, your trifling Black Dragon Country will be annihilated without the Naga needing to do anything." It wasn't that the Nagas couldn't intercept the countless ships heading to the Golden Strait, but that they needed a scapegoat. Even the Nagas weren't willing to offend the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng glanced coldly at Kuna and said indifferently, "You want to join hands with me? Sure, but you're not qualified to have the Naga Empress talk to me. By the way, my fleet will go to the Golden Strait today and set up a defensive line there. That's my territory. Anyone who comes within 300 kilometers of me without my permission will be regarded as an enemy and killed on the spot. Alright, you can go back." Kuna's complexion changed dramatically and turned ashen, and she said stiffly, "Your Majesty, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret what you said today. The East Sea belongs to the Nagas. Not your East Sea. Without our permission, you won't be able to move an inch in the East Sea. You'll see for yourself soon enough." With that, Kuna turned around and strode out of the rear garden. Faldina asked curiously, "Ian, why did you refuse their proposal?" Yang Feng replied with a cold smile, "It's very simple. They don't have any sincerity in cooperating, they just want to find a scapegoat. If they aren't willing to cooperate sincerely, then why should I give them a spot to enter the Golden Strait?" Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with worry and she said, "But the merfolk are very powerful. They are the true masters of the East Sea. Even if your 3 legendary warships join forces, they still won't be a match for the merfolk powerhouses." Yang Feng showed a mysterious smile, got up and said faintly, "Let's go." Faldina also got up and went to Yang Feng's side. Before long, the Black Steel warship, Dragon Bones warship, and Spectre ship anchored in the Black Dragon country's port formed a fleet and sailed towards the deep sea. In the sea near the Black Dragon country's port, Kuna emerged above the sea. Looking at Yang Feng's 3 legendary warships, she took out a communication stone and said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Black Dragon country refused to talk to me. He said that only you are qualified to talk to him." The Naga Empress's cold and cruel voice came from the communication stone, "In that case, let's clear his head. I'll let him understand that the East Sea belongs to the Nagas." The 3 legendary warships had just sailed for about 300 nautical miles. Aboard the Black Steel warship, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a cold smile, "They came so fast. More than 100 meters below the sea, octopus people with octopus heads, 10-meter-tall whale men with whale-like heads, burly and majestic tiger sharkmen, and various merfolk powerhouses silently swam towards the 3 legendary warships." Chapter 426. Yang Feng said flatly, "It's not good to punish without teaching, Arlette." "Yes, Your Majesty." Dressed in a military uniform, the sexy and beautiful Arlette stepped forward, looked at the sea below and said loudly, "Merfolk below, this is the fleet of the Black Dragon country's great His Majesty Ian. Please stop approaching at once, or we will regard you as enemies and annihilate you." The Black Steel warship had underwater sound amplifiers, and sound waves spread towards the merfolk powerhouses in the depths of the sea. Among the countless merfolk, a beautiful legend-ranked Naga general Ebina sneered and said, "Humph, you want to annihilate us in the sea? How arrogant. The sea is our merfolk's sea. Even if demigod-rank powerhouses come to the sea, they will only be food for us. General Mist, show them what you're made of." A more than 30-meter-long legend-ranked swordfishman powerhouse with a swordfish head and bone spurs all over his body responded in a low, muffled voice, "Yes, General." "Fire." The swordfish Misty Chi roared, and more than 1,000 swordfish powerhouses covered in sharp bone spurs suddenly shot out countless sharp bone spurs like raindrops, turning into meteors that shot towards the Black Steel warship. The sharp bone spurs fired by the more than 1,000 swordfishman powerhouses were harder than steel. On the Feisua plain, only the Dragon Bones warship and some legendary warships refined from the most precious magic plants could barely resist them. Before Yang Feng's modification, the Black Steel warship could hardly resist the swordfishman's bone spurs. A scene that left the merfolk powerhouses dumbfounded appeared. When the sharp bone spurs fired by the swordfishman powerhouses stabbed into the Black Steel warship, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the Black Steel warship in the slightest. General Mist's face changed dramatically and he roared wildly, How is this possible? We have attacked the Black Steel warship. Its armor is definitely not that strong." The Black Steel warship was one of the 3 legendary warships that ran amok in the East Sea. However, for the merfolk, the Black Steel warship was the one they feared the least of the 3 legendary warships. That was because the Black Steel warship's artillery was so powerful that it could easily destroy a warship used by humans. On the other hand, the Black Steel warship's cannons would find it difficult to hit the merfolk powerhouses in the sea. Moreover, among the sea race, the bone spikes shot by the swordfish race powerhouse were somewhat difficult, but they could completely penetrate the armor of the Black Steel warship. But now the attacks of the Swordfish clan couldn't harm the Black Steel warship at all. This naturally made the experts of the Swordfish clan dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze was ice cold as he said coldly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Fire. Numerous hatches opened on the parts of the Black Steel warship submerged in the sea, and a dense rain of torpedoes flew out and shot towards the merfolk. A tiger shark expert sneered. He waved his bone saber and slashed at the torpedo. "Fool, you think you can hurt us with just these things?" Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the tiger shark clan expert was blown to pieces in an instant, turning into countless pieces. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, terrifying explosions sounded in the midst of the merfolk army. The merfolk powerhouses had never seen anything like torpedoes before. They raised their weapons and launched an attack on the torpedoes. Countless torpedoes were detonated and their bodies were blown to pieces. The complexion of the beautiful legend-ranked Naga general changed greatly, and she shouted loudly, "Don't attack those things. Dodge at once. Dodge. Clerics, Naga clerics, quickly take action." When the merfolk powerhouses saw the terror of the torpedoes, their complexion changed greatly, and they quickly scattered to avoid the torpedoes. Sea whirlpool. Naga clerics dressed in dark blue cleric robes specially made by the merfolk swam down, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the torpedoes with the staff in their hands. Terrifying ocean whirlpools suddenly appeared and swept the torpedoes into the terrifying ocean whirlpools. Rumble. Boom. Terrifying explosions rang out continuously, as the torpedoes were sucked into the whirlpool and detonated one after another. Yang Feng looked at the sea whirlpool and revealed a smile. "Interesting. Merfolk clerics really have some skill." Faldina rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said angrily, "You can still smile? This weapon of yours has already been destroyed. Now there are no weapons that can threaten the merfolk." Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "Why not?" Sea hunters set out. The hatch of the black steel warship opened, and sea hunters about 1.5 meters long, which were similar to sailfish with blade-like fins on their bodies, sharp blade-like parts on every joint, and mouths full of beast-like sharp teeth, swam into the sea one after another. As soon as the swarm of sea hunters entered the sea, they immediately formed strange whirlpools and rushed towards the merfolk powerhouses like a school of fish. A 10-meter-tall whaleman expert let out a furious roar, raised a 10-ton anchor, and smashed it towards the sea hunters. A dozen-plus sea hunters drifted strangely along the current, and then strangely appeared in front of the whaleman powerhouse and pounced at him. Very strangely, as if defying the laws of physics, countless sea hunters appeared on the whale powerhouse and pounced at him. "Ah! Help!" Amidst a series of miserable screams, the whaleman powerhouse was devoured by the countless sea hunters and turned into a skeleton. This scene kept happening among the merfolk. Like the most ferocious demonic creatures, the sea hunters moved very strangely. Practically no merfolk powerhouses could hit them. As long as they surrounded the merfolk, they would be devoured. Skeletons of the Sea clan continued to appear in the deep sea. It was a creepy feeling that made one's hair stand on end. "Go to hell. Trash." The legend-ranked swordfish Mist roared and waved the magic sword in his hand, which carried a trace of the law of water, and slashed towards the sea hunters. With a flash of blade ray, 3 sea hunters were chopped into countless pieces by the swordfish Mist. In the next moment, dozens of sea hunters rushed towards the swordfish Mist along the current like ghosts. A series of blood-curdling screams came from the mouth of the swordfish Mist. In less than 5 seconds, it was devoured by the ferocious and terrifying sea hunter and turned into a pile of bones. The beautiful legend-ranked Naga general inhaled a breath of cold air and barked, "Retreat! We're retreating." The 500-plus Naga powerhouses quickly swam over and gathered beside the beautiful legend-ranked Naga general. The beautiful legend-ranked Naga general tore a magic scroll, and a fearsome spatial force instantly enveloped the beautiful Naga general and her party. They instantly blurred and then disappeared. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "They escaped quickly. As for the rest of the merfolk, kill them all." Under Yang Feng's order, the dense swarm of sea hunters turned into a frightening shoal that swept towards the thousands of merfolk warriors that remained. 10 minutes later, thousands of merfolk warriors' skeletons appeared in the deep sea. After devouring the merfolk warriors, the dense swarm of sea hunters swam back into the black steel warship. Faldina stared at the holographic projection, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, saying, "What an amazing golem! It's really amazing." Faldina said with a dignified expression, "However, Ian, you've greatly offended the goddess of Nagas. In this way it will be even more difficult for us to go to the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas may even attack us in person." The apple of wisdom contained endless mysteries, and even the goddess of Nagas yearned for it. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, it wouldn't be strange for her to attack in person. Although the gods signed an agreement, but as long as the goddess of Nagas was willing to pay a huge price, there was still a way to break the agreement for a short period of time and attack the secular world. As an intermediate divine force rank expert, the goddess of Nagas was a notch stronger than the Tsangji Plains human Bright World warlocks. Once she attacked in person, her power would be absolutely earth-shattering. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Faldina took a deep look at Yang Feng, smiled sweetly and didn't say anything else. The East Sea, inside the Sea Monarch Palace. The beautiful legend-ranked Naga general knelt in front of the Naga Empress Stephanie, her tender body trembling. The Naga Empress Stephanie glanced at the beautiful general and said coldly, "Jenna, since you lost, I will deprive you of all your official positions. Go to the Vanguard Battalion and become a soldier to atone for your crimes." Jenna heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephanie said coldly, "You're dismissed." Jenna withdrew at once, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephanie tapped with her lily-white finger, an extraordinary splendor swirled in her beautiful eyes, and she said in a low voice, "Since you can defeat Jenna's troops. It seems that Emperor Ian of the Black Dragon country really shouldn't be underestimated. As expected of the legendary figure who founded the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland." Other merfolk aside, Stephanie was a peerless powerhouse of the Naga Empress who sought to dominate the Feisua Plain. She was one of the top emperors of this plain. Yang Feng's performance was so dazzling that she only had to do a little investigation to find out his origin. Chapter 427. Stephanie hesitated for a while, then her beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she got up and walked towards the back of the royal palace. In the depths of the royal palace in the East Sea, there was an exquisite deep-sea temple. As soon as Stephanie entered the deep-sea temple, she prostrated herself on the ground and said respectfully, not daring to raise her head, "Great goddess, we failed. Ian used a kind of magical alchemy puppet to kill the troops I sent out. I don't have any confidence in defeating Ian. Only you can stop him from going to the Golden Strait." In the center of the deep-sea shrine, there was a golden throne, and on it sat a peerlessly beautiful and noble woman with 6 arms. This gorgeous woman was the avatar of the goddess of Nagas Daphne who descended into the secular world. In the secular world, only the goddess of Nagas Daphne had the qualifications to make the Naga Empress Stephanie kneel. Daphne slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were golden, and wisps of golden divine light slowly radiated from her eyes. When she closed her eyes, she looked like a stone, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. When she opened her eyes, a vast divine might spread in the hall in an instant. Under the pressure of the frightening divine might, Stephanie's pretty face changed, and her delicate body trembled. The goddess of Nagas Daphne swept Stephanie with her golden eyes and said indifferently, "I know. You're dismissed." Stephanie replied respectfully, "Yes, great goddess." With a flash of azure light, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, disappeared from where she stood. The eastern sea above the azure sea. Yang Feng was sitting on the bridge of the black steel warship. Arlette was kneeling in front of him, and 2 top dragon-born girls were peeling fruits for him. There were also 2 beautiful dragon-human girls standing behind him, carefully massaging his body to relax his muscles. Suddenly, waves churned and surged, and the peerlessly beautiful goddess of Nagas Daphne with a noble temperament suddenly appeared in the sea. Gazing coldly at Yang Feng, she trod on the waves and walked towards him. "God! This is getting out of hand. How could a god take action? This is too shameless." And it was the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. He is a terrifying existence at the mid-level divine power level. When Yang Feng saw the goddess of Nagas Daphne, his face suddenly fell. He had expected that the Naga Empress would lead the merfolk army to fight him. Even if the entire East Sea's merfolk army came to fight him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, came in person even though she was only an incarnation, and her power was suppressed to the demigod level. He did not have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock and she cried out, "The goddess of Nagas. The Naga god." As soon as she said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts of the dragon-human race changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who rode the wind and waves toward them. Gods were supreme. This was a fact that all intelligent life forms on the Feisua Plain knew since childhood. When the Dragonborn experts heard that an incarnation of a true god appeared in front of them, they were naturally filled with shock and fear. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, flickered above the sea and swam towards the black steel warship. A vast and terrifying divine might spread in all directions with her as the core. Under the pressure of the divine might, the Dragonborn experts aboard the 3 legendary warships involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. After receiving Yangfeng's guidance, Arlette's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and she reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. But still, under the pressure of the divine might, she knelt on one knee and held the silver dragon spear, unable to budge. Greetings, mighty goddess of Nagas. Under the pressure of the divine might, Yang Feng got up and saluted the goddess of Nagas Daphne from afar. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw that Yang Feng was able to resist her divine might, her majestic golden eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered loftily, "Petty mortal, you can actually resist my divine might. Among mortals you're a genius. I appreciate you very much. Abandon your original faith and believe in me again. In this way I will grant you boundless power and glory. The entire East Sea will be your territory, and you will become the East Sea Emperor. In the future I will even grant you the power to become a true god and make you immortal and immortal." Yang Feng spread his hands and said with a pious expression, "Mighty goddess of Nagas. I am the most devout believer of the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I have decided to dedicate everything I have to the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I can sense that her gaze is always on me." The goddess of Nagas Daphne frowned slightly. She didn't want to offend a strong divine force rank god lightly. Normally, she would abide by the rules of the game of the gods and have the Naga Empress lead countless merfolk powerhouses to besiege Yang Feng. But for the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, she could only send her avatar out. The goddess of Nagas Daphne contemplated for a while, then her majestic golden eyes radiated golden light, and she looked at Yang Feng. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. He operated a secret method to conceal the warlock life force inside him and simulated the trajectory of magic and martial dual cultivation. The golden light in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne extinguished, and she uttered coldly, "Mortal, I order you not to go to the Golden Strait. Go back to the Black Dragon country." Yang Feng was courteous yet resolute. "I'm very sorry. I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom. Even someone as great as you can't change my will." The eyebrows of the goddess of Nagas Daphne creased slightly, and she uttered coldly, "There are countless natural disasters in the East Sea, you're on your own." A wave rolled and the goddess of Nagas Daphne disappeared. Only then did Yang Feng feel slightly relieved. At this moment, dark clouds churned and surged in the sky. The entire world was covered by dark clouds, light was obscured, and darkness enveloped the land. On the originally calm sea surface, a gust of wind blew and waves surged into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. A dense hail fell from the sky, crashing downwards. The Dragonborn powerhouses aboard the 3 legendary warships hid inside the warships. When the hailstones hit the 3 legendary warships, the sound of rain hitting banana leaves was heard. The temperature plummeted to below zero in an instant, and everyone was forced to urge their power to resist the frightening cold. A gust of wind blew. Amid the hail and rain, a violent tornado formed in the distance and grew larger and larger. A copious amount of sea water was drawn into the tornado, forming a terrifying whirlpool. The terrifying tornado that could devour the 3 legendary warships swept over at an astonishing speed. This frightening natural disaster was even more frightening than a leveled 5 divine spell. Once the 3 legendary warships were drawn into the terrifying tornado, even if they weren't destroyed, they would be swept away by the tornado and even blown away from the East Sea. Taking advantage of the unique geography and climate of the East Sea, the goddess of Nagas Daphne combined divine power with the power of nature to form this terrifying tornado. Dispel. Advanced dispel. Faldina's pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation and pointed at the terrifying tornado, and magic radiances fell on it. The dispel and high-tier dispel spells that could dispel persistent spells disappeared when they fell into the tornado. They had no effect. The giant tornado formed from the combination of divine power and natural force was not something that could be dispelled by ordinary dispel. Yang Feng sneered, "Sure enough, as long as the benefits are big enough, any agreement is fake." Numerous pieces of armor extended from the black steel warship, and the warship quickly transformed into a huge submarine. The Spectre ship and the Dragon Bones warship arrived next to the Black Steel warship. Numerous pieces of metal extended from the Black Steel warship and formed two huge cabins that wrapped around the two legendary warships, and then quickly dived into the depths of the sea. While the sky was raging, the sea below was very calm, not affected in the slightest. The terrifying tornado swept towards them, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Below the sea, a frightening whirlpool was also quickly moving this way. When the three warships dived to a depth of 400 meters, the frightening whirlpool formed from the tornado shrouded the stern of the Black Steel warship. A frightening attractive force instantly enveloped the stern of the Black Steel warship and pulled it towards the whirlpool inch by inch. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Remove the aft armor." As if a lizard's tail, the stern of the Black Steel warship broke off and was swallowed by the frightening whirlpool, and then swept into the sky. The 1/3 of the Black Steel warship that was swallowed by the whirlpool continued to swim towards the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas Daphne strangely appeared behind the Black Steel warship. Her golden eyes shimmered gloomily, and she pointed at the Black Steel warship with a blue spear in her hand, and fearsome divine power fluctuations suddenly took shape on the blue spear. In an instant, a frightening whirlpool suddenly took shape, swept towards the Black Steel warship, enveloped it, and pulled it towards the whirlpool below the tornado. Chapter 428. Yang Feng's face flickered and he ordered, "You don't even care about face, are you going to attack? Release the sea hunters." The hatch of the Black Steel warship opened, and a large number of sea hunters poured out, baring their sharp teeth and biting towards the huge whirlpool. There was a flash of contempt in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she sneered, "Idiot! That's the power of a divine spell. Physical attacks have no effect." In the next moment, an incredible scene suddenly appeared. Under the frenzied devouring of the sea hunters, the terrifying whirlpool strangely disappeared. One of the characteristics of sea hunters was the ability to devour energy, and divine force was no exception. This was their most terrifying characteristic. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, her face finally flickered. Yang Feng sneered in his heart, "Of course my sea rippers aren't that simple. They are battle robots that can devour any energy." After the sea rippers devoured the huge whirlpool, the Black Steel warship's large positron artillery turned and aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Although the Black Steel warship's large positron artillery wasn't as powerful as the large positron artillery installed on the Black Steel warship, but even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, their life force field would be pierced and their fleshly body would be seriously injured. There was a flash of anger in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she uttered coldly, "Petty mortal. Do you want to attack me? Attack a mighty true god." Ever since the goddess of Nagas Daphne ascended to the position of god, no one dared to attack her. Even if she was just an avatar, no one dared to attack her. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Nagas Daphne from the holographic projector and smiled coldly, not saying a word. If provoked, he wouldn't care whether the goddess of Nagas Daphne was a true god or not. The planar tide had arrived, and the Fesua Plains Dark Age was about to arrive. In the Age of Chaos, legends were as common as dogs, demigods roamed the streets, and it was easy to encounter avatars or even true bodies of gods. The majesty of gods was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Gods had a long lifespan and were far more powerful than their peers. They were powerful existences that stood at the pinnacle of various planes. Even on the Tsangji plane, among human warlocks of the same rank, only the most outstanding geniuses could deal with a god of the same rank. However, gods also had many weaknesses, the biggest of which was the planar tide. Once the planar tide arrived, they would be at their weakest. Yang Feng said coldly, "Great goddess of Nagas, please stop. Since you're a god, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise..." When Yang Feng said that, Foldina's complexion suddenly changed, and she stared at him as if she didn't know him. On the Fesua plane, it was the first time that Foldina heard that someone dared to disrespect a true god. Moreover, this true god wasn't a feeble divine force rank god like the god of pirates, but an intermediate divine force rank merfolk god. "How dare you, lowly humans? How dare you threaten me? Threatening a true god? Then you can go to hell." Furious, the goddess of Nagas Daphne pointed at the Black Steel warship with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread from the spear of the East Sea. Countless water elemental particles frantically gathered in front of the spear of the East Sea, and in an instant 3 water blades, ignoring the laws of physics, slashed towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Virtually at the same time, the swarm of sea hunters opened their energy shields, gathered together, and formed a huge energy shield that blocked in front of the 3 water blades. The 3 water blades easily split the energy shield formed by countless sea hunters, slashed more than 100 sea hunters along the way, and then mercilessly slashed at the energy shield that the black steel warship had just activated. Boom! With a blare, the energy shield of the black steel warship shattered in an instant, and the 3 water blades containing the law of water slashed at the hull of the black steel warship, leaving 3 deep scars, and a copious amount of seawater poured into the black steel warship. Inside the black steel warship, a large number of engineering robots quickly rushed to the damaged armor area and repaired the black steel warship. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly and he immediately ordered, "Since we've shed all pretenses of cordiality, then go to hell." A dense crowd of sea hunters swam out of the black steel warship and rushed towards the goddess of Naga's Daphne in a strange manner. The space disruptors also silently hid among the sea hunters and charged towards the goddess of Naga's, Daphne. The space disruptors have been transformed into naval warfare types. Although their movement speed was far slower than that on land and in the sky, but they could still play a role. "Despicable mortal, how dare you attack me? Then you're dead. Today I'll let you know the consequences of offending a true god." The goddess of Naga's Daphne looked at the dense crowd of sea hunters with a fierce glint in her eyes, and she slashed at the sea with the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand. A divine country shrouded by the endless sea with only a dozen plus islands suddenly appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura full of the law of water exuded from the divine country. The sea in the divine country churned and roiled. A 500-meter-long giant octopus with countless tentacles and exuding moonlight warlock rank aura suddenly emerged from the divine country and crawled out of the opening cut by the spear of the East Sea. When the giant octopus crawled out of the divine country, its pinnacle moonlight warlock rank aura dropped to pinnacle starry sky warlock rank. As soon as the 500-meter-long octopus crawled out of the divine kingdom of the goddess of Nagas, it immediately opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and sucked frantically. A fearsome whirlpool emerged from the giant octopus's mouth and swept towards the dense crowd of sea hunters. Under the terrifying suction force, the sea hunters flew into the mouth of the demon octopus. Then the demon octopus twisted them into pieces and swallowed them. In addition to using its mouthparts to attack, the huge octopus also has over 100 tentacles. The 100 tentacles are like poisonous snakes slapping at the sea hunters, directly shattering the sea hunters. "Go to hell." Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Naga's Daphne and uttered coldly. The black steel warship's large-caliber positron artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam tore through the sea and barreled towards the goddess of Naga's Daphne in an instant. The spatial disruptors hidden in various places launched at once, and spatial disruption ripples extended in all directions, making it impossible for the goddess of Naga's Daphne to escape the positron artillery through spatial spells. The goddess of Naga's Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation enveloped her. Using spatial magic to avoid such a powerful attack was something that any battle god would do subconsciously. Very few gods would stand still and cast defensive spells to resist such a powerful attack. As soon as the spatial fluctuation appeared, it neutralized the spatial fluctuation released by the spatial disruptors. The goddess of Naga's Daphne's figure twisted, but she still stood in place. His expression changed slightly, and the positron cannon instantly blasted his body, shattering his lower body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. "Did I kill it?" Faldina's breathing stagnated, and she stared at the holographic projection. Killing a god's clone, this lawless matter filled the usually rebellious Faldina with excitement, and she shuddered all over. Water rippled, and streams of water elemental particles gushed out of the god armament spear of the East Sea, interwove with each other and formed half of Daphne's body. "You dare to hurt me. You lowly human ant, you dare to hurt me." Holding the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand, the goddess of Naga's Daphne's golden eyes almost spewed fire, her delicate body trembled slightly, and endless killing intent gushed out of her. Although the goddess of Naga's Daphne has reassembled her body, but she was indeed injured by the positron artillery bombardment. If it had been an ordinary peak demigod powerhouse, he would have been directly killed by that shot just now. Only a terrifying existence like him, who had the battle consciousness of a mid-level divine power level powerhouse, could cast a spell at the critical moment and survive. I not only dare to hurt you, but I also dare to kill you. Now that they had fallen out, Yang Feng no longer had any scruples, and released the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship. The positron artillery installed on the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship was slightly adjusted, and then aimed at the goddess of Naga's Daphne. It's no use, lowly mortal. I was just careless just now and that's why I was slightly injured. As long as I'm prepared, you lowly ants can't hurt me. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of Naga's Daphne shimmered coldly, and she spoke with a cold smile. Her body fluttered, and along with the water ripples, she looked like she had merged with the seawater. Yang Feng smiled coldly. You think you're smart, fool? My target isn't you. In the blink of an eye, the two positron artillery beams tore through the seawater and slammed into the goddess of Naga's Daphne, easily pierced through her, and then slammed into the octopus's eyes. A copious amount of blood spurted out of the octopus's eyes, and the ferocious octopus was seriously injured. When the terrifying azure divine realm was about to extend in front of the black steel warship, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who was holding the spear of the East Sea, suddenly trembled slightly, and drops of golden blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. The divine country projection behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne trembled, and then collapsed and disappeared. The azure divine domain, which easily killed hundreds of thousands of sea hunters, collapsed as well. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Well done. How dare you use the power of a god in the middle of a planar tide? You're really reckless. In the planar tide, the secular world of the Feisua plane could only accommodate pinnacle demigod rank power. Once someone used power surpassing the pinnacle demigod rank, they would suffer a backlash. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, was holding the spear of the East Sea. She stood on the giant octopus and said in a condescending tone, Ian, I've destroyed all your alchemy puppets. Now it's not too late to surrender. After the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were insta-killed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, the huge octopus quickly recovered its body and its hundreds of gnawed tentacles at an incredible speed of regeneration. Exuding a frightening aura, it stared at the three legendary warships. Is that so? Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, I still have a lot of alchemical golems. Please don't stand on ceremony and try to eliminate them all. Yang Feng's voice sounded in the sea, and countless sea hunters poured out of the black steel warship and formed a frightening shoal that confronted the goddess of Nagas Daphne. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, she inhaled a breath of cold air. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body could easily insta-kill Yang Feng and his party along with the countless sea hunters. However, under the influence of the planar tide, even if the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body came, the power she could use wouldn't exceed that of a pinnacle starry sky warlock. With the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body's understanding of divine power and laws, she could even kill Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses in the East Sea. However, not only did she have many enemies, but she might not be able to defeat Yang Feng. She was careless, she might die. Faced with such a possibility, she wouldn't let her true body show up. Yang Feng said with a smile, Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, there is no irreconcilable enmity between us. I personally believe that it is more in our interest to be friends than enemies. The goddess of Nagas Daphne smiled, retracted the frightening divine might she exuded in an instant, and the spear of the East Sea in her hand disappeared. She said lightly, That's right, Ian, you do have the qualifications to communicate with me on an equal footing. It is more in our interest to be friends. The hundreds of tentacles of the giant octopus swept through the air and rushed towards the black steel warship. On the black steel warship, countless experts of the dragon human race were filled with fear as they stared at the terrifying giant demon octopus. When she arrived near the black steel warship, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's figure blurred, and she appeared on the deck of the black steel warship. Light instantly enveloped the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she was teleported to a spacious and luxuriously decorated banquet hall inside the black steel warship. Inside the banquet hall, there were countless handsome dragon-born men and beautiful women. I'm glad that you came to the banquet I held for you, great goddess of Nagas Daphne. With a courteous smile on his face, Yang Feng walked towards the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Faldina, dressed in a black evening dress, was holding his right arm. The goddess of Nagas Daphne said lightly, Have the miscellaneous people leave. Yes. Yang Feng waved his hand and everyone in the banquet hall left. The goddess of Nagas Daphne looked at Faldina next to Yang Feng, and Faldina obediently left. Only Yang Feng and the goddess of Nagas Daphne remained in the banquet hall. The two came to a sofa and sat down. The goddess of Nagas Daphne stared at Yang Feng and said indifferently, "Ian, you are not from the Feisua Plain. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human warlock from the Tsangji Plain. Besides, you are an alchemist who inherited the secret methods of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right. There were all kinds of incredible mechanical parts inside the Sea Hunters. If the goddess of Nagas Daphne couldn't guess Yang Feng's identity after seeing those mechanical parts, then she wouldn't be worthy of being a god who wanted to establish a divine system." The goddess of Nagas Daphne asked lightly, "Did you come to the Feisua Plain for the Apple of Wisdom?" Yang Feng replied without concealing anything, "That's right, I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom." The goddess of Nagas Daphne said lightly, "Very well, then let's compete fairly. My divine chosen grace will also go to the Golden Strait to seize the Apple of Wisdom. We can join forces to block the Golden Strait. After we reach the Golden Plain, you two can compete for the Apple of Wisdom based on your own abilities. If you can get the Apple of Wisdom smoothly, then I'm willing to form an alliance with you and help you become a god." Yang Feng contemplated for a while and then said decisively, "Okay." The goddess of Nagas Daphne was an intermediate divine force rank god, the ruler of the East Sea. Even under the influence of the planar tide, she was still extremely powerful and possessed terrifying strength. To get the support of such an ally, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After Yang Feng and the goddess of Nagas Daphne reached an agreement, the journey was uneventful, and the 3 legendary warships smoothly arrived at the Golden Strait. As soon as they arrived at the Golden Strait, battleships, anti-air cruisers, and marine aircraft carriers immediately flew out of the Black Steel warship. Chapter 430. The Apple of Wisdom was hidden in the Golden Plain inside the Golden Strait. Using the Feisua Plain's origin force, the Time Lord set up a huge magic array in the Golden Strait. In this area, even god-rank powerhouses would be weakened and turned into ordinary people. Only great warlock-rank powerhouses could enter the Golden Strait and the Golden Plain. Even great warlock-rank powerhouses couldn't enter the Golden Plain before the Apple of Wisdom matured. The reason why the gods of the Xalia divine system could enter the Golden Plain and accelerate the ripening of the Apple of Wisdom was because they gathered the power of a divine system and forcibly opened a path to the Golden Plain. Now that the planar tide had arrived, the power of the gods of the Feisua Plain in the secular world was weakened to the extreme. Even if the gods of the Feisua Plain joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to break through the Golden Strait and open a path to the Golden Plain. Because of this, the huge fleet Yang Feng released from the Black Steel warship only covered the entrance to the Golden Strait. 20 battle fleets with steel carriers as the core patrolled around the Golden Strait, ready to sink any ships that dared to approach the Golden Strait at any time. Yang Feng's goal was to eliminate any warships qualified to enter the Golden Strait so that as few people as possible could enter the Golden Strait. On the surface of the sea, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, eyes as beautiful as sapphires, dressed in a blue dress, a curvaceous figure, skin as white as jade, a mixture of heroic and sexy temperament, rode the waves and floated to the surface of the sea. "This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins. Otherwise, we'll treat you as an enemy and annihilate you." A loud voice rang out in the sea. Countless artillery fire from a steel fleet was aimed at the peerless beauty in an evening dress, exuding a heroic and sexy temperament. With an order, the countless artillery fire would tear the peerless beauty to pieces. Below the sea, the battle fleets formed by countless sea rippers were eyeing covetously from all directions. The peerless beauty smiled faintly, parted her cherry lips, and said in a magnetic voice, "I am Grace. I came to pay my respects to His Majesty the mighty Emperor of the Black Dragon country. Please come in." The huge fleet moved, revealing a path to the Black Steel battleship. Grace curiously looked at the modern aircraft carrier battle group while riding the waves towards the Black Steel warship. As soon as Grace arrived in front of the Black Steel warship, the wave extended and carried her directly to the deck of the Black Steel warship. With a light leap, she jumped onto the deck of the Black Steel warship. On a dais of the Black Steel warship, there is a luxurious litter. Yang Feng is reclining on the luxurious litter, and there are several beautiful dragonborn sitting beside him peeling fruits for him. On the deck, a dozen plus beautiful dragonborn dancers were dancing gracefully for Yang Feng. When it was time to practice cultivation, Yang Feng would practice cultivation more assiduously than anyone else. But when he could enjoy it, he would never torture himself. Grace took a deep look at Yang Feng, then bowed slightly in salute and uttered, "Well met, Your Majesty the mighty Emperor." Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful and enchanting Grace and said in a slightly arrogant tone, "Has your merfolk army arrived? According to the agreement between me and the mighty goddess of Nagas Daphne. If your merfolk don't send troops, then don't even think about entering the Golden Strait." When the two forces join forces, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. If Yang Feng wanted to take the lead of the two forces, he had to be aggressive and unyielding. At this time, the top-grade warp gate of the Black Steel warship has opened, and a steady stream of sea hunters poured out. Every once in a while, Yang Feng's strength in this part of the sea would increase by a notch, so he had the confidence to speak to Grace in such a tone. Grace smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our merfolk army has arrived. We are ready to cooperate with you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng pointed at the deck. "Take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Grace smiled, swayed her waist and sat on a chair on the deck. "You came at a good time. Our enemies have just arrived." Yang Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows and pressed a button beside him. Projections shot out from the holographic projector of the Black Steel warship, interwove on the deck, and formed a holographic projection of the battlefield that has been shrunk by tens of thousands of times. He saw a huge fleet of more than 100 warships heading in the direction of the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's third steel fleet took the initiative to meet the huge fleet. Grace's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, and her heart shook slightly. "This spell is amazing. Is this the spell of the legendary Tsangji Plain where human warlocks reside? It's really scary." As a divine chosen of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace's strength has reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. Similarly, she had a lot of understanding of other planes. Bound by the planar laws, the true bodies of the Feisua Plains gods could not descend to other planes. However, their subordinates, divine chosen, and avatars could go to other planes and preach. Some low-level planes have been occupied by the gods of the Feisua Plane and became their source of faith. Grace was not famous on the Feisua Plane. But on a low-level plane, she was the Naga Valkyrie who once killed a hostile demigod-rank powerhouse. It was such a peerless genius that she was recalled from another plane by the goddess of Nagas Daphne and thrown into the fight over the Apple of Wisdom. As soon as Grace saw the holographic projection, she keenly felt the fearsomeness of this technology. This technology allowed people to have a god's perspective and grasp everything that happened on the battlefield. With this technology, even the stupidest person could easily become an invincible general. Faldina carefully looked at the huge fleet and said with a smile, "That fleet is the White Royal Fleet of the Anlu Kingdom. The main force of the fleet is the legendary warship White Steel Warship. The commander of this fleet is the famous naval general of the Anlu Kingdom, Bondas. He has defeated the attacks of the West Sea's pirate kings many times and is one of the strongest naval generals of the West Sea." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "What fleet? In front of my steel fleet they are nothing. They will soon be reduced to pieces." Faldina suddenly pointed at the White Steel warship and said, "This person is Lance, a legendary hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. According to the intelligence analysis, he should be a divine chosen of the goddess of the sea Aronia, as well as the fiancé of the princess of the Anlu Kingdom. This time, the White Royal Fleet should be escorting him." The holographic projection was so lifelike that even the cook on the ship was projected, just that it was 10,000 times smaller. For an expert like Yang Feng, he could easily see the people on the White Steel warship. After Faldina blessed herself with a spell, she could clearly see anyone on the White Steel warship. Yang Feng said faintly, "It's a pity. It seems that the princess of the Anlu Kingdom will soon become a widow." In a sea area, in the center of more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet, there was a white warship that was 300 meters long, made of white steel and covered with countless cannons. It was 80% similar to the Black Steel warship. The White Steel warship was the legendary warship White Steel warship. On a dais of the White Steel warship stood two people. One of them was a burly, ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The other person was a handsome young man with short blue hair and a romantic temperament. The middle-aged man was the famous naval general of the Anlu Kingdom, Bondas, and the handsome young man was Lance. The one in front, listen up. This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins. Otherwise, we will treat you as an enemy and annihilate you. The Steel Fleet had yet to come into contact with the White Royal Fleet, when a loud voice reverberated in the sea. Bondas frowned slightly and asked curiously, Black Dragon Country? What force is that? Lance replied with a smile, it's a force established by 6 black dragons who were exiled from the country of dragons and wandered to the desolate islands. Their naval strength is not worth mentioning. Bondas' eyes flashed with contempt and he ordered, so it's just some clowns. Convey my order. Annihilate these clowns. The aboriginals of the desolate islands were barbarians without their own civilization. There might be some strong experts among the barbarians, but in the sea, those experts were of no use. Naval warfare was a competition of a state's comprehensive strength and shipbuilding ability. The monkey-like barbarians couldn't even build a warship. Under Bondas' order, the more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet separated and, like hungry wolves, rushed towards the source of the voice. Before long, a shocking scene appeared. A steel fleet composed of 1 steel carrier, 50 destroyers and 60 frigates, braving the wind and waves, appeared in front of the White Royal Fleet with numerous ferocious steel cannons. Chapter 431. When Bondas saw the densely packed steel warships, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets and he exclaimed, Steel warships. There are so many steel warships. Are these all legendary warships? On the Feisua Plain, there were only a few legendary warships that were steel warships. The rest of the warships were still wooden warships. The densely packed frigates, destroyers and aircraft carriers, which surpassed the warships of the Feisua Plain by God knows how many eras, were far beyond the imagination of the famous naval general Bondas of the Kingdom of Enlu. The huge fleet had just appeared in Bondas' field of vision, when the sound of cannons rang and countless rays of fire shot out from the steel fleets. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a 100-meter-long White Royal warship was hit by a cannonball, and the frightening explosion blasted the warship in two, and it slowly sank into the sea. When he saw this, Bondas was dumbfounded and exclaimed, How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful cannonball? When the naval warriors of the White Royal Fleet saw the sunken White Royal warship, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. On the Feisua Plain, it was common knowledge that warships of 100 captains could still fight even after being hit by hundreds of cannons. But now, the warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces and sunk. This reality gave rise to a cold feeling in the hearts of the naval elites who have been fighting in the sea for more than a decade. Before the flustered Bondas could give an order, overwhelming artillery fire enveloped the White Royal Fleet. One after another, wooden warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces by the terrifying artillery fire of the steel fleets, and sank into the sea. In the sky, the rumbling of fighter engines lingered as supersonic fighters flew over like a flock of birds. When the supersonic fighters flew over the White Royal Fleet like dragons, they fired air-to-surface laser-guided missiles barreling towards the legendary warship, the White Steel warship. The mission of the supersonic fighters was to destroy the White Royal Fleet's only legendary warship, the White Steel warship. As for the wooden warships, any destroyer could easily destroy them. Heavenly water curtain. Lance looked at the laser-guided missiles flying down from the sky, then pulled out the god armament sword of the sea given to him by the goddess of the sea Aronia and pointed at the sky. Countless amounts of seawater rose from the sea and turned into a huge azure water screen that was more than 10 meters thick, blocking the sky. As soon as the numerous laser-guided missiles flew into the azure water curtain, they were immediately entangled by the azure water curtain, unable to move or self-destruct. In the sky, the supersonic fighter jets circled around the White Steel battleship. Their cannons roared and countless shells rained down on Lance. No matter how hard the supersonic fighter jets shot, they were unable to penetrate the azure water curtain. The ocean was the place with the densest concentration of water elements, and the most powerful water element magic cast here. Lance cast water curtain to block the attack of the supersonic fighters, but the rest of the White Royal Fleet turned into dazzling fireballs and sank into the sea. Damn beast. Under Bondas' pained gaze, the more than 100 warships sank, not giving him any leeway to give exquisite command. On the Black Steel battleship, Faldina sighed slightly, amazing. The White Royal Fleet is the most powerful fleet among the coastal states of the Western Sea. For such a fleet to disappear just like that, it's really amazing. Grace watched as the White Royal Fleet was smashed by the bombardment of Yang Feng's steel fleet, and her heart was filled with shock. What a powerful fleet. It's really terrifying. As a Naga Valkyrie from another plane, Grace had experienced countless battles. It was the first time she had seen such an asymmetric attack. Even in Grace's eyes, the White Royal Fleet was a very powerful fleet. Even the merfolk would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to annihilate such a well-equipped, numerous and experienced fleet. Now the White Royal Fleet was destroyed before it even had a chance to fight Yang Feng's Steel Fleet. This kind of battle made Grace shudder with fear. After the warships around the Steel Fleet annihilated the remaining warships of the White Royal Fleet, countless artilleries barreled towards the White Steel warship. A sky-blotting rain of bullets engulfed the White Steel warship like a meteor shower. Lance desperately operated the level 4 legend rank spell Water Curtain Sky. The god armament Sword of the Sea in his hand, like a huge monster, frantically devoured his power, turning his face pale. Bondas gritted his teeth and barked, "Retreat?" The White Steel warship quickly turned around and fled in the direction from which it came. That aircraft carrier group chased closely behind, bombarding the White Steel battleship crazily. "I'm sorry, General Bondas, but I can't hold on any longer. I'm really sorry." Lance gritted his teeth, blurred into motion, and jumped into the sea, no longer guarding the White Steel warship. After all, the power of a god armament wasn't infinite. Even if a god obediently acted as a target, they would still be smashed to pieces by the firepower of a steel fleet. "No. Lance, you despicable traitor." Bondas' expression changed drastically, and he let out an extremely shrill scream before jumping into the ocean as well. A dense barrage of artillery shells enveloped the White Steel warship. Boom, boom, boom. The White Steel warship was bombarded by hundreds of large-caliber artillery shells. Steel splattered and disintegrated, and then sank into the sea along with dense smoke and fire. Along with the sinking of the White Steel warship, the entire White Steel fleet was annihilated by Yang Feng's Third Steel Fleet. Yang Feng's Third Steel Fleet didn't suffer any casualties. This was the huge gap of several eras in technology. When Lance jumped into the sea, the god armament Sword of the Sea in his hand immediately radiated faint blue light and absorbed the air in the sea water into his body. It allowed him to breathe freely in the sea. From the sea, 3 groups of more than 100,000 sea hunters crazily swam this way at an astonishing speed. When Lance saw the dense swarm of sea hunters, his face changed dramatically, and he crushed a blue pearl and shouted, "Great goddess of the sea Aronia, please save me." Streams of divine power gushed out of the blue pearl and condensed in the sea to form a beautiful woman the size of a palm. She had ocean blue hair, skin as translucent as jade, and her entire body was enveloped in a holy, great and holy aura. This stunning woman was the goddess of the sea Aronia. When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared, she swept Lance with her beautiful eyes, and disappointment streaked past them. She sighed slightly, merged into the water and disappeared. In the next moment, a wave rose in front of the Black Steel warship, and the figure of the goddess of the sea Aronia emerged. "Lowly mortal, I am the goddess of the sea Aronia. Get your fleet out of the way and let my god's darling enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, I will inflict divine punishment on you." When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared on the Black Steel warship, she looked at Yang Feng with her golden eyes, and vast and terrifying might spread from her and enveloped the Black Steel warship. She uttered in an aloof tone. Under the pressure of the divine might, except for Yang Feng and Grace, everyone else on the Black Steel warship felt suffocated. Blessed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace could not be affected by any divine might. Sitting in the luxurious litter with Arlena in one hand, Yang Feng looked at the goddess of the sea Aronia and said with a cold smile, "Goddess Aronia, you don't have to pretend anymore. After seeing my subordinates, you should understand where I come from. You didn't even send an avatar but just a projection, and you want to order me around? You're looking down on me too much." Shock flashed in Grace's beautiful eyes and she stared at Yang Feng, dumbfounded. He dares to speak to the goddess like that. Gods were supreme beings on the Feisua plane. Even a feeble divine force rank god was much more noble than the kings of many states. Even the emperors of the 4 great empires had to remain humble and lower their noble heads in front of a true god. Any believer of the goddess of the sea who heard Yang Feng speak to the goddess of the sea Aronia in such a manner would go crazy and attack the heretic. The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and said, "When the planar tide arrives, anything and everything will jump out. Believe it or not, I can squash an ant like you to death before the planar tide arrives." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "I believe it. Before the planar tide arrives, you might be able to kill me with a look. But now you can't." The goddess of the sea Aronia spoke in an unquestionable tone. The god's darling, I fancy, must enter the Golden Strait. Yang Feng said with a smile, I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, please tear apart the line of defense I set up and kill your way in. The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Chapter 432. The goddess of the sea Aronia said faintly, I'll think about it and tear apart your defenses. Destroy all your golems and storm the Golden Strait. With that, the projection of the goddess of the sea Aronia collapsed in front of Yang Feng. An azure ray of light rose from the sea and swept Lance away. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling and rolling. A strong wind blew, and a series of incomparably violent tornadoes suddenly formed. Clearly, the goddess of the sea Aronia was enraged by Yang Feng. That incomparably violent tornado had yet to completely form when a blue light shone on it. The incomparably violent tornado immediately collapsed and disappeared. A voice full of anger sounded in the sea, Daphne, it's you. There was no response in the sea. After the steel fleet dispatched by Yang Feng destroyed the White Royal Fleet, it continued to move forward, expanding its range of movement. In front of the Black Steel warship, waves churned from time to time, and one steel fleet after another rose from the sea, formed one steel fleet after another and sailed into the distance. The 20 aircraft carrier battle groups quickly turned into 30 aircraft carrier battle groups, and in that area of the sea huge steel battleships could be seen everywhere. Wherever the reconnaissance aircraft released by the aircraft carrier battle group passed, it was as if the fog of war had been pushed aside, appearing on the holographic projection. Not long after, a huge battleship appeared on the holographic projector. When she saw the huge warship, Faldina's beautiful eyes congealed and she said solemnly, This is Elgard, a human legend rank hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. He is very strong and he has a holy flame sword in his hand. He once killed an abyssal fiend lord. Demigod rank abyssal fiend barons were terrifyingly strong. They weren't existences that ordinary human legend rank powerhouses could contend against. However, if the human legend rank powerhouse had a god armament rank treasure and used some tactics, then it wasn't impossible to kill an abyssal fiend baron. Yang Feng said indifferently, Then let's get rid of him. In the sea, on a battleship that was 80 meters long, stood a tall and sturdy legendary hero Elgard, who carried the divine artifact flaming sword on his back. On Elgard's chest there was a black necklace, and an incomparably old voice came out. Elgard, once you reach the Golden Strait you must keep a low profile. In the Golden Strait, there were bound to be countless gods' darlings, gods chosen, and even gods' incarnations and true bodies that would descend there and head for the Golden Plains. Only when they kill each other and the situation falls into chaos will you have a chance to obtain the Apple of Wisdom. Elgard said confidently, I know. As long as I have your help, that Apple of Wisdom will definitely belong to me. The old voice came from the black necklace again, Remember your vow. When you become a true god you must resurrect me. Elgard's eyes were burning with the flames of ambition, and he said resolutely, Of course I will definitely become a god, a true god. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money then get lost. Otherwise we will regard you as an enemy and sink you. An overbearing and tremendous voice rang in the sea. When the voice sounded, the 17th Steel Fleet appeared on the horizon and surged over with biting cold killing intent. Stupefied, Elgard looked at the dense steel fleet and asked, Teacher, who are those people? The black gem in the center of the black necklace flickered and formed an eye that looked at the steel fleet, and the eye flickered with astonishment. I don't know. I've never seen them before. If you don't respond for more than 3 seconds, you will be regarded as an enemy. That domineering voice sounded again, and the frigates, destroyers and other warships of the carrier battle group instantly fired their cannons, sweeping towards the battleship. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the warship was shrouded by countless shellfire, shattered, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Elgard drew the god armament holy flame sword, covered himself with a magic shield, sank to the bottom of the sea and quickly swam towards the steel fleet. As long as he got close to the Steel Fleet, he could kill everyone aboard the Steel Fleet by himself. Not long after Elgard entered the sea, a large group of ocean hunters formed a school of fish and immediately pounced towards him. Elgard's face fell, and he frantically swam towards the surface of the sea. In the sea, the flame domain that he cultivated painstakingly was of no use. The speed of the frightening shoal of sea hunters was too terrifying. Within a few breaths of time, they appeared in front of Elgard and pounced towards him. Elgard roared and struggled desperately. After just a dozen seconds, he turned into a pile of bones, leaving only the god armament holy flame sword and the strange black necklace. If it was on land, Elgard would be a first-rate expert. With the god armament holy flame sword, he could even contend against Starry Sky warlock rank experts head-on. But in the ocean he didn't even get to display a tenth of his abilities. He was killed by the ocean hunters in a single exchange. Before long, 2 sea hunters jumped onto the black steel warship and offered the god armament holy flame sword and the strange black necklace to Yang Feng. So this is a god armament. Yang Feng grabbed the god armament holy flame sword and looked at it curiously. According to the Zhangji Plains secret treasure classification, god armaments were level 6 secret treasures or above. Moreover, in planes with gods, the god armaments used by the gods contained various laws, which was why they could exert such terrifying might. If the god armament holy flame sword fell into the Zhangji Plain, it would be a treasure that many moonlight warlocks would fight over. Level 6 secret treasures and above were very precious. Except for generals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, true disciples of the 10 great sects, and moonlight warlocks of some great sects, many rogue moonlight warlocks didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. Yang Feng poured life force into the holy flame sword. The holy flame sword flashed, and flames instantly enveloped the sword and emitted frightening fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. What an amazing sword, worthy of being a god armament. It's much stronger than the weapons I used before. Yang Feng could clearly perceive that when he held the holy flame sword, he could even cast a level 5 fire attribute spell. Furthermore, the Sword of Flames was a godly weapon without an owner. Anyone could use it directly, so it was perfect for him. Yang Feng swept the black necklace in his hand with a glance and said lightly, "What should I do with you next?" An incomparably old voice came from the black necklace. "I am Vega, the god of fire. I have countless knowledge and experience. As long as you swear to fully resurrect me. In that case, I'm willing to become your master and guide you on how to become a god." Yang Feng showed a strange smile and said, "God of fire Vega? You're a god? That can't be right. An ancient devil is your real identity." The incomparably old voice came from the black necklace, and it didn't waver in the slightest. "No, you have to believe me. I really am Vega." Yang Feng said lightly, "I am a human warlock from the Zhangji Plain, and I'm proficient in demonology. This black necklace is not a treasure for storing the soul of a god, but a sealing gem for sealing the soul of a devil." The incomparably old voice suddenly paused, and then changed into a seductive and charming voice. "That's right, I am an ancient devil, and a beautiful female devil marquis at that. Human warlock, if you let me out, I will offer you all my knowledge and power, and then be your little slave girl and assist you in becoming a powerful bright world warlock." Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. His right hand was enveloped in primal chaos light, and he pointed at the gem. What do you want? It hurts. Stop. Don't you want my knowledge? My knowledge is enough for you to promote to a bright world warlock. Even if it's an infinity warlock, there's still a chance." From the gem came a hideous and painful roar that sounded like a man's. Yang Feng smiled coldly, unmoved. "Ancient devils are experts at playing with people's souls. They're extremely cunning. I admit that in terms of scheming, I can't beat you cunning old devils. Therefore, although it's a bit of a waste, but please go to hell." Miserable wails came from the black necklace. No matter how the archdevil in the necklace threatened and tempted Yang Feng, he didn't waver. Before long, the black gem finally turned into a resplendent soul gem. Grace watched the scene of Yang Feng destroying the ancient devil, and her heart shook. What a scary man. The ancient devil's promise could even tempt gods, yet Yang Feng didn't hesitate to kill his soul. Grace was very impressed by his steel-like willpower. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of the ancient devil. Chapter 433. In the sea leading to the Golden Strait, a 100-meter-long warship was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group suddenly appeared on the warship, and countless artillery fire enveloped the warship in a flash and tore it to pieces. A white light flew out of the warship and fled in a sorry state. In another part of the sea, a warship more than 80 meters long was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group appeared in front of the warship, and countless artillery fire rumbled and blasted the warship to pieces. This scene played out continuously in the East Sea. Warships eager to obtain the Apple of Wisdom had just appeared in the East Sea, when they were torn to pieces by Yang Feng's steel carrier group. The ever-increasing fleet of aircraft carriers spread across the East China Sea, intercepting countless forces that yearned for the Apple of Wisdom in a domineering manner. Some of the Feisua Plains powerhouses who had their warships blasted to pieces by the steel carrier group chose to give up, while others chose to linger outside the sphere of influence of the steel carrier group, and even formed alliances. With the passage of time, under the pressure of the steel carrier group, the alliances formed in the East Sea fell into chaos. Wherever the steel carrier group passed, they would flee, not daring to fight the steel carrier group. The legend-rank powerhouses cultivated by the hidden forces of the Feisua Plain were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the most powerful force to arrive. A few days later, a 100-meter-long white dragon exuding the might of an ancient dragon flew over from afar. There was a man and a woman standing on the white dragon. One of them had a head of dazzling golden hair and a pair of golden eyes that were filled with majesty. He was an incredibly handsome man, as if he was born to rule. The other person had silver hair, a pair of silver eyes, and skin that was as fair as snow. She had a cold expression and was filled with a mysterious aura. Her figure was curvaceous and perfectly proportioned. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman. The powerhouses of the country of dragons are here. Those are the geniuses of the country of dragons, Shanair of the Gold Dragon clan and Cecilia of the Silver Dragon clan. The experts wandering around the steel carrier group were powerhouses with great origins. Many legend-rank powerhouses had gods or powerful existences comparable to gods standing behind them. Under the guidance of those powerful beings, they also recognized the two peerless geniuses from the country of dragons. 4 men and 1 woman, 5 human legend-rank powerhouses stood on a huge lotus leaf, coldly looking at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The scarred man in the lead asked in a deep voice, "Do you think they'll go to the Black Dragon country seas?" The knife-scarred man was Gardner, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster and killed countless abyssal demons. When the planar tide arrived, abyssal fiends swept through the entire Feisua plain. In the fierce battle against the abyssal fiends, countless legendary human heroes emerged from hidden corners and stepped onto the stage of history. No one knew which powerful existence stood behind those legendary heroes. Maybe it was a god, maybe it was a demon, maybe it was a devil. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a black knight suit said with a smile, "The dragons of the country of dragons are all arrogant and conceited. I bet they will definitely clash with the Black Dragon country's steel warships." This man in a black knight suit was Earl Tenney, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster. During the several years of the demon disaster, by slaying countless abyssal demons, he obtained an aristocratic fief as a hereditary peer earl of the kingdom. The other 3 legend-rank powerhouses nodded and looked at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The white dragon exuding ancient dragon might descended from the sky and accurately stopped at the edge of the steel fleet's perimeter. Shanair raised his voice and his dignified voice echoed in the sea, "I am Shanair from the country of dragons. Get out of the way, we're going to enter the Golden Strait." Everyone's eyes were focused on the steel fleet in the sea. Scout eagles, mage eyes, fiend eyes, magic spying crystal balls. At the edge of the steel fleet's perimeter, different legend-rank powerhouses cast various spells and stared at the steel fleet's reaction. The country of dragons was one of the most powerful forces on the Feisua plain. Disregarding the power of gods, the dragons and dragonborn in the country of dragons could easily destroy the 4 empires. Even on the Feisua plain, the number of dragon divine system was too small. However, no one dared to underestimate their fighting strength. Even the most powerful Zalia divine system and Titan divine system weren't willing to have a terrifying enemy like the dragon divine system. "This mountain is mine, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass by, leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." An overbearing voice came from the sea and reverberated in the sea. Countless supersonic fighters roared and flew over. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors and other main battle robots also flew into the air, forming a three-dimensional battle group that combined the sea, land and air forces as they closed in. Hearing the tyrannical reply of the Black Dragon country, gazes of schadenfreude focused on Shanair and his party. Shanair's complexion turned ashen. Looking at the various battle robots in the distance, his eyes almost spurted fire. He was a gold dragon genius since childhood. His father was an archaic dragon, and he had archaic dragon bloodline inside him. By virtue of his noble and formidable bloodline power, he even defeated many Starry Sky Warlock-ranked dragon elders of his race. With his noble identity and formidable strength, no matter where he went, Shanair was the focus of attention. No one dared to disobey his words. Now someone told him to fuck off, which was simply an insult to him. Damn human ant. Let me destroy the golem you're so proud of. A cold glint flashed past Shanair's eyes, and he spat out countless mysterious dragon words and pointed at the sky. A vast amount of fearsome fire elemental particles filled the sky and gathered into a roiling cloud of fire. Forbidden spell. He's going to cast a forbidden spell. That's a large-scale forbidden spell. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. On the Feisua Plain, large-scale meteorological spells cast by human warlocks were also known as forbidden spells. Once a forbidden spell was cast, tens of thousands of human warriors would die. Therefore, on the Feisua Plain this spell was forbidden by the gods. Once anyone used a forbidden spell, the gods had the right to kill them. Even if Shanair was a dragon genius with archaic dragon bloodline, but once he violated this taboo, any human god could kill him. The dragons, who had always been protective of their people, wouldn't retaliate. On the Feisua Plain, the two human divine systems and the human neutral gods were still the most powerful. However, the forbidden spell was only limited to internal use. Yang Feng's identity had been exposed, and many people already knew that he came from the Zhangji Plain, where human warlocks dominated everything. Even if Shanair used a forbidden spell on Yang Feng, no one would stop him, let alone a god who would personally kill him. Clouds of fire churned in the sky. As if a hornet's nest had been poked, thousands of Starry Sky Rippers, Space Infectors and other battle robots quickly flew this way. The numerous destroyers and cruisers loaded with large-caliber railguns, positron cannons, large-caliber heavy cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery turned into fearsome curtains of light barreling towards Shanair and the other experts of the three dragon countries. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Annihilate the enemy! Annihilate them! Loud and clear alarms reverberated in the sea. Like a pack of wolves, the 10 steel fleets roaming in the vicinity pounced towards this area. In the ocean, countless ocean hunters swarmed over like a pack of wolves. The complexion of the ancient white dragon suddenly changed dramatically, and it uttered countless words in dragon language. In a flash, frightening demigod rank might erupted, magic radiance shone, and a huge rock wall formed in front of it. The cannons bombarded the huge rock wall like a curtain of light, and in just 3 seconds the huge rock wall that was tens of meters tall was torn apart. A fearsome curtain of light engulfed the three experts of the dragon country in a flash. Shanair, Cecilia, run. The ancient white dragon issued a heaven-shaking roar. Enveloped by magic shields, it stood upright and blocked in front of the two dragon geniuses, Shanair and Cecilia. A rain of light slammed into the magic shields. After just 1 second the magic shields collapsed. Railgun cannons, positron cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery bombarded the ancient white dragon and blasted him into a huge sieve. When Shanair saw this, his face turned pale. Unable to believe his eyes, he cried out miserably, "Uncle Anta!" Anta was an ancient white dragon with a frightening Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. Yet such a powerful ancient white dragon couldn't even last a second in the face of countless artillery fire. This was far beyond Shanair's expectations. He didn't expect the steel fleet to be so terrifying and powerful. Chapter 434. Without the intervention of a god, a Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragon could easily destroy a human kingdom. Without the intervention of a god, it could easily destroy a human kingdom. Shanair and Cecilia were also peerless geniuses who could contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank dragons. 3 Starry Sky Warlock rank experts of the country of dragons, This was the source of Chener's confidence. Now that the Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient white dragon was seriously injured by the Steel Fleet, the peerless gold dragon genius Chener trembled and became dumbstruck. He realized how powerful his enemy was. In the sky, the Starry Sky Rippers tore through the starry sky at Mach 10 speed and appeared in front of the powerhouses of the three dragon countries in an instant. Their mechanical eyes flashed with cold red light, and they launched an attack. At this moment, Cecilia, who has been watching quietly from the sidelines, opened her cherry lips and said loudly, "We are willing to surrender and pay the ransom." Almost at the same time, the super high-frequency oscillation blades in the hands of the Starry Sky Rippers stopped at the vital points of the ancient white dragon. If Cecilia had been a step slower, the ancient white dragon would have been chopped into pieces and turned into a corpse. The countless beams of light shooting out from the fleet also stopped in an instant. When the countless beams of light disappeared, the sieve-like bloody holes on the ancient white dragon and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The resilience of Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragons was terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting Chener and Cecilia, the two peerless geniuses of the country of dragons, Anta wouldn't have been so easily injured. As long as he flew, he could avoid most of the attacks. The figure of a Starry Sky Ripper blurred, and it appeared in front of Cecilia in the blink of an eye and said coldly in a synthesized voice, 3,000 standard divine force crystals. Here's your ransom. Chener's heart shook, so fast. The Starry Sky Ripper moved much faster than Chener. Without using spatial spells, Chener's movement speed couldn't compare to that of the Starry Sky Rippers. At the sight of the thousands of Starry Sky Rippers flying towards him, Chener's scalp went numb. He spat out a mouthful of blood, endured the pain of the backlash and cancelled the forbidden spell. Cecilia waved her lily-white hand, and a space ring flew into the Starry Sky Ripper's mechanical arm. Here are 33,000 divine force crystals. I want a spot to enter the Golden Strait. Chener's gaze focused on Cecilia with shock in his eyes. He did not expect Cecilia to be able to take out 33,000 standard units of divine power crystals. This meant that there was a dragon god standing behind Cecilia in the country of dragons. The mechanical arm of the Starry Sky Ripper grabbed the interspatial ring and suddenly moved, flying towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of Mach 10. The experts from the country of dragons lost. What a terrifying steel fleet. The expressions of the legendary powerhouses who were surrounding the perimeter and trying to fish in troubled waters changed drastically when they saw this. The three dragon powerhouses of the country of dragons possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. The fact that the three powerhouses were easily defeated by the Steel Fleet made the legendary powerhouses realize the power of the aircraft carrier battle group. Aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng received the space ring. With a thought, divine force crystals filled with divine force appeared in his hand. Looking at the divine force crystals, Yang Feng showed a smile. Divine force crystals were very precious. A saint-level believer could only condense a single divine power crystal after a year of devout faith. The Morans Empire had a large population, yet the radiant primary god of the Zalia divine system could only get a little over 1,000 divine force crystals a year. Divine force crystals were a necessary material for building a divine country, upgrading godhead, condensing a divine avatar and casting divine spells. If a strong divine force rank god didn't have enough divine force crystals, they wouldn't be able to compare to an infinity warlock. But if a strong divine force rank god had enough divine force crystals, they could beat up two ordinary infinity warlocks. After every war between the gods, they would invariably stop fighting for hundreds or even thousands of years in order to accumulate enough divine power crystals. Among gods, divine force crystals were the most common currency, second only to soul stones. If Yang Feng's avatar wanted to become a god on the Feisua plane in the future, divine force crystals were indispensable. A Starry Sky Ripper descended from the sky and landed in front of Cecilia. Very good. Please come with me. The rest of you leave at once. Cecilia's figure fluttered, and she jumped onto the back of the Starry Sky Ripper. With the roar of an engine, the Starry Sky Ripper flew towards the Black Steel warship. Anta took a deep look at Cecilia and said solemnly, "Let's go." A gloomy expression on his face, Chener gnashed his teeth and stared deeply into the distance. Filled with humiliation, he transformed into a gold dragon exuding a fearsome aura and flew into the distance. They even dare to make a move against the country of dragons. How audacious. The legend rank experts outside the range of the Steel Fleet were filled with shock when they saw this scene. The country of dragons was one of the strongest forces on the Feisua plain, and no one dared to offend it lightly. Without hesitation, the Steel Fleet seriously injured the ancient White Dragon and almost killed the three powerhouses of the country of dragons. This decisive stance showed everyone Yang Feng's determination to defend the sea. As soon as Cecilia boarded the Black Steel warship, she bowed to Yang Feng in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty Ian." No matter how proud Cecilia was as a dragon, she knew that in front of the young man in front of her, she couldn't be proud at all. Because the man in front of her possessed power that even the gods feared. Yang Feng pointed and said with a smile, "Sit down." Cecilia sat down, and her gaze fell on the lifelike holographic projection covering the entire sea, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. "What an amazing spell. That's a human warlock from a legendary plane for you." The colossal dragon race was incomparably arrogant, and they looked down on those weak humans. Only the Tsangji Plains human warlocks could win their respect. Because the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were strong enough. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, even during the era of the Dawn dynasty, they still suppressed everything and controlled countless planes. The dragons of the Feisua plain were well aware of the strength and terror of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, who were frightening existences that could rival gods and demons. A warship, which looked like it was made of countless skulls, was shrouded in a thick layer of demonic fog, and exuded dense ghostly chi, sailed over from afar. Aboard the warship stood one abyssal fiend after another, and there were even 6 abyssal fiend barons. The abyssal fiends are here. They're here as well. When the human legend rank experts saw the 6 abyssal fiend barons, their countenance changed greatly, and they quickly fled in different directions, making way for the abyssal fiend fleet. Shortly after the abyssal fiend fleet appeared, a human fleet with 12 legendary warships as the core and 1,100-meter-long warships as the wings sailed over from afar. The Morance Empire's fleet. They're here as well. When the human legend rank experts saw the 12 legendary warships, their eyes lit up, and they discussed excitedly. The Morance Empire was one of the 4 empires. Behind this huge human empire stood one of the 2 strongest divine systems of the Feisua plain, the Xalia divine system. Even the Dragon divine system was far from being a match for the Xalia divine system. The human legend rank powerhouses wanted to see if the proud divine chosen of the Xalia divine system would clash head-on with Yang Feng's steel fleets. After a while, a human fleet consisting of 8 legendary battleships and 1,000 main battleships also appeared in this sea region. The Titan Empire's fleet. They're here as well. That's the Titan Empire's legendary warship, the Rushing Thunder warship. They actually set out. Excited voices sounded, and the human legend rank experts became even more expectant. Only when the situation became chaotic would they have a chance to sneak into the Golden Strait. 3 huge fleets capable of easily crushing a coastal state and tearing apart the East Sea's 3 pirate kings stopped outside the cordon of the Steel Fleet, confronting each other. Not long after, a huge legendary warship refined from the bones of an unknown giant extraordinary life form sailed over from afar. Along with the skeleton warship, there was also a wonderful elven legendary warship covered in all kinds of extraordinary plants and trees. The Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire have joined forces. That's right. In terms of sea power, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are the strongest. When the legend rank experts saw the skeleton warship and the elven warship, their eyes lit up, and they uttered excitedly. The arrival of the fleets signified that the top forces of the Feisua plain had gathered together to face Yang Feng's seemingly invincible mechanical legion. In that area of the sea, waves surged and a huge dragon whale with a body length of more than 5,000 meters soared out of the sea. On the back of that huge dragon whale stood a beautiful mermaid with snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair and exquisite facial features. She was holding a trident in her hand. She was a beautiful mermaid girl with the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a voluptuous woman. She had snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair and exquisite facial features. Chapter 435. Behind the mermaid girl stood 20 burly, 10-meter-tall whale-man warriors. The 20 Whale Clan warriors all exuded a terrifying aura comparable to a legend-rank powerhouse. Next to the huge dragon whale, the waves churned and countless merfolk warriors poured out of the waves, stood on the surface of the sea, and stared coldly at the surrounding powerhouses. Mermaid Empress Brihea? That's the most beautiful mermaid empress, she really deserves her reputation. When the human race legend rank powerhouses who had hidden far away saw that beautiful mermaid girl, their eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. In this part of the sea there were many top beauties. But in terms of beauty and temperament alone, no one could compare to the mermaid empress Brihea. Even the top elven beauties were slightly inferior to her. As if they had a tacit understanding, the five forces appeared in different places and confronted each other. The abyssal fiends were originally the mortal enemies of the Fesua Plains forces, but now everyone turned a blind eye to them. All eyes were focused on the sea that seemed to be filled with steel fleets. Countless warships separated from the Morin's empire, and the legendary warship Windmark, covered in magic sails and engraved with countless mysterious runes, swam towards the sea where the steel fleets were located. The legendary warship Windmark was the fastest legendary warship on the Fesua Plain. Aboard the Windmark, an old man dressed in an archbishop's robe said in a dignified voice, "Dukian, I am the vice pope of the Radiant Temple, Kabam. I order you to open this route and let the Morin's empire's fleet enter. Otherwise I'll deprive you of your dukedom and all your fiefs in the Morin's empire. At the same time, you'll become a mortal enemy of the Morin's empire. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and eliminate you." A loud sound came from the sea, and a number of aircraft carrier battle groups that were cruising in the nearby sea quickly swam towards this direction. A burly, bear-like man, wearing silver armor and standing in the Titan Empire sneered, "Ha! Kabam, the dukes of your Morin's empire don't seem to listen to you." Kabam said flatly, "From now on, he is no longer a duke of the Morin's empire. The great Lord God will send an angel to purify this incomparably evil heretic." Kabam silently chanted an incantation and pointed a scepter at the sky. In the sky, an incomparably sacred image of a divine nation with countless luxurious palaces, verdant hills, clear waters, and beautiful scenery suddenly appeared. A vast, sacred, and mighty aura slowly spread out from the phantom of the divine kingdom. An incomparably sacred ray of light shot out from the divine nation phantom and streaked across the void. A gate of light made of pure light suddenly appeared in the void. A dense crowd of beautiful angels flew out of the gate of light and stood proudly in the sky. Every beautiful angel exuded a terrifying aura comparable to the peak of the legendary realm. Angel Legion. Xalia Divine Systems Angel Legion. Those are radiant angels. The most powerful radiant angels. The faces of the surrounding legend-rank powerhouses changed drastically when they saw the angels emerging from the Divine Kingdom's projection. Angel legions were the most powerful legions of the Xalia Divine Systems gods. The most powerful angels were even stronger than many gods. Radiant Primary God Prados had 3 blazing angels of the highest rank under his command. Each of the 3 blazing angels had killed an intermediate divine force rank god with their god armaments. In the Xalia Divine System, some feeble divine force rank gods had angels guarding them that were even more powerful than themselves. On the Fesua Plain, during the long years of War of the Gods, angel legions raised countless carnage wherever they went. Countless powerhouses fell at the hands of the powerful angel legions. Is the era of War of the Gods coming? Ever since the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, there was no trace of angel legions in the secular world. Now, when the Fesua Plains legend-rank powerhouses saw angel legions, they felt their blood run cold. In times of peace, legend-rank powerhouses were the strongest fighting force of the major forces. However, in the Battle of the Gods, legendary powerhouses were merely soldiers and cannon fodder. In the divine country of the gods, legend-rank angels were just ordinary soldiers. Angel Legion. The eyes of the bear-like man in silver armor flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a silver sword and pointed at the sky. A divine country phantom suddenly appeared, and a 9-story tall majestic palace covering an area of who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers appeared inside the divine country phantom. Inside the majestic 9-story palace, countless male and female warriors were gathered. Each and every one of them was displaying their most exquisite martial skills as they fought against each other. Their martial skills seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. When a human sacred swordsman saw their exquisite martial skills, they would feel ashamed from the bottom of their heart. A golden divine radiance shot out from the temple and landed in the void, forming a golden gate. From the Golden Gate, heroic and extraordinary warriors exuding frightening fluctuations of power walked out. Brave warriors. Brave warriors of the Titan Empire. Those are the most powerful warriors of the Titan Empire who died and turned into brave warriors. How terrifying. When the surrounding legend rank powerhouses saw the frightening warriors walk out of the divine country, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Xalia Divine System's Angel Legion and the Titan Divine System's Brave Legion were the two most powerful legions of the Feisua Plain. The angels of the Xalia Divine System's Angel Legion were the most devout believers. After their souls entered the divine country, they would go through all kinds of mysterious and inexplicable changes before finally being reborn as fearless angel warriors without any memories of their death. The Titan Empire's Brave Legion, on the other hand, was formed from the most powerful experts of the Titan Empire who died. After their souls were received into the divine country, they obtained new divine bodies, trained day and night, and fought ceaselessly to become the most powerful warriors. In terms of individual strength alone, the Titan Empire's brave warriors were far stronger than the Angel Legion. However, the Angel Legion was far more numerous than the Brave Legion. In previous battles between Angel Legions and Brave Legions, the odds of victory and defeat were about 70% to 30%. This was because of the three Radiant Blazing Angels subordinated to the Radiant Primary God, the War Blazing Angels subordinated to the God of War Barrios, and the Fire Blazing Angels subordinated to the God of Fire Tames. In the Titan Empire, only the War Holy Spirits subordinated to the God of War Amigo, the Lightning Holy Spirits subordinated to the Strong Divine Force rank God of Thunder Gaba, and the Earth Holy Spirits subordinated to the Strong Divine Force rank Goddess of the Earth Victoria could contend against them. Only by joining hands could the Beastman Divine System and the Elven Divine System contend against the Xalia Divine System or the Titan Divine System. If it wasn't for the fact that the two human divine systems, the Xalia Divine System and the Titan Divine System, were mortal enemies, the two sides fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Moreover, there were still the Neutral Divine System, the Dark Divine System, the Sea Divine System, the Giant Divine System, the Dragon Divine System, and many other divine systems. There was no room for other non-human divine systems to exist on the Feisua Plain. Kabam swept the demonic fleet composed of countless abyssal fiends with his gaze and said faintly, "Ventosi, those damn fiends shouldn't stay here. They should be sent to their deaths." "That's right." The man in silver armor showed a ferocious smile, looked at the abyssal fiends and said coldly, "Fiends, are you going to the sea, or are you going to be killed here?" Led by a beautiful angel with two pairs of wings on the back and a curvaceous figure, a dense crowd of angels blocked the retreat of the abyssal fiend fleet. Led by a handsome and burly brave with a huge dragon spear in hand, 60 brave warriors emerged from the Brave Legion and blocked the rear of the abyssal fiend fleet. As if overlooking ants, they looked at the abyssal fiends amidst the abyssal fiend fleet. The beautiful and delicate face of the four-winged angel shimmered with cruelty, and she said frigidly, "I am the angel on Sai. You fiends, charge forward. I'll give you 5 seconds. After 5 seconds you'll die if you don't move." The eyes of an abyssal fiend Baron rank horned flickered with a cunning gleam, and he barked, "Gods do not interfere in the affairs of the secular world. This is an agreement between the gods. You angels dare to come to the secular world. Aren't you afraid of the backlash of breaking the agreement of the gods?" It was because the abyssal fiend lords were aware of the agreement of the gods that they exposed their identities and came to the Feisua Plain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to appear in front of the gods so easily. "You talk too much nonsense." The beautiful eyes of the four-winged angel shimmered with cruelty. A spatial fluctuation surged and she disappeared in an instant. Strangely, she appeared behind the abyssal fiend Baron rank horned and stabbed the abyssal fiend Baron in the heart with the spear of light in her hand. Chapter 436. Endless light poured into the horned, and it suddenly issued miserable screams, and small bumps bulged on its body. In the next moment, endless light shot out from the horned demon's body, forcibly purifying it inch by inch. An abyssal fiend Baron beside the horned was startled and angry. He suddenly burst out and stabbed Onsai with his claw. Onsai's body collapsed in an instant, turned into countless motes of light and dissipated. Gazes looked towards the sky. Onsai was already standing in her original position, as if she hadn't moved at all. A feeling of fear enveloped the minds of the abyssal fiends in an instant. These abyssal fiends were powerful beings at the great warlock rank or above. Like intelligent life forms, they possessed wisdom and fear. Ansai the angel could insta-kill an abyssal fiend baron. Her fighting strength was far greater than that of any abyssal fiend baron here. Moreover, there were a large number of angels behind her. If a fierce battle broke out, the abyssal fiends wouldn't stand a chance. An abyssal fiend baron looked at Ansai with fear in his eyes and said solemnly, "Got it. Let's enter that area." Compared to the steel fleets of unknown strength, the abyssal fiends were more afraid of the powerful angel legion. The abyssal fiends flapped their wings, soared into the air, and turned into streams of light flying towards the sea occupied by the steel fleets. "I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, then scram. Otherwise, we will regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." A domineering voice sounded in the sea. An abyssal fiend baron shouted, "Human warlock, we have no ill intentions. Please let us pass through the strait. In exchange, we can give you 100 great fiends as slaves and offer you all the knowledge we have." Knowledge and resources were what human warlocks worked hard to cross many plains in search of. For knowledge and power, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were even willing to make deals with cunning devils. Light flashed from the countless muzzles of the surrounding battleships, and dense beams of light bombarded the demons in the sky like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the fiends in the sky were riddled with holes. The bodies of the great demons were as hard as iron, but in the face of the bombardment of the aircraft carrier battle group, they could not withstand a single blow. One after another, great fiends with broken bodies fell from the sky into the sea. Like peerless beasts, countless sea rippers pounced on the great fiends that fell into the sea and tore them to pieces. There was no safe place in the sky or in the sea. They were all shrouded in all kinds of light beams. The great fiends and abyssal fiend overlords frantically cast blink to avoid the bombardment of the light beams. From time to time, 1 or 2 greater demons would be directly hit by the various beams of light and torn to pieces. So strong. What a terrifying steel warship. The destructive power of these steel warships is probably comparable to that of deities. When the spectating legend rank powerhouses saw the greater demons in the sky being blasted to pieces, they felt their blood run cold. Most of them were far weaker than the greater demons in terms of physique, and there were not many among them who were proficient in the legend rank spell Blink. The greater demons proficient in Blink were often blasted to pieces, and the abyssal fiend overlords were also riddled with scars. If they were targeted by the artillery, few of them could hold on for long. Ansai and the brave with the dragon spear in hand looked at the dense number of light beams in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. They were all experts who had gone through countless battles for a long time. They quickly determined the threat of the aircraft carrier fleets. Space disruptors quietly flew out of the sea, and waves of space disruption ripples enveloped the sky. An abyssal fiend baron was about to launch Blink, when its face suddenly changed dramatically. The spatial fluctuations that enveloped it merely flickered, and then collapsed completely. "No!" The abyssal fiend baron issued a miserable scream. In a flash, light beams hit it and blasted it into countless pieces. "I surrender. I surrender. Great human warlock, I surrender. Spare my dog life." The complexion of a sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron changed dramatically, and it roared wildly. The light beams practically brushed past the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron and barreled into the void. In the next moment, countless bright light beams enveloped the remaining abyssal fiend barons and destroyed them in an instant, leaving only the sheep-headed abyssal fiend behind. 8 starry sky rippers flew over from afar, appeared beside the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, and placed countless sharp blades on the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, locking its movements. Once the sheep-headed abyssal fiend makes a move, it will be chopped into countless pieces. They were killed so easily. How could these abyssal fiends be killed so easily? There are many abyssal fiend barons among them. When the surrounding legendary powerhouses saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their own eyes. Each of the abyssal fiend barons possessed demigod rank strength. The abyssal fiend fleet could destroy many small states of the Feisua plain. For such a powerful abyssal fiend to be wiped out so easily, it was naturally shocking. The eyes of Ansai and the Titan Empire's brave soul with the dragon spear in hand shimmered with dignity. The 8 starry sky rippers flew the sheep-headed abyssal fiend to the black steel warship and arrived in front of Yang Feng. When the sheep-headed abyssal fiend saw Yang Feng, it immediately knelt on the ground and uttered flatteringly, "I am Rick, great master, please accept my loyalty." Even the prideful gods of the major planes had once prostrated themselves at the feet of human warlocks, becoming their lackeys. Similarly, there were countless abyssal fiends who once became lackeys of human warlocks. In the era of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, countless gods were enslaved by human warlocks. In the era of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord even captured countless gods for dissection and research. Yang Feng swept Rick with a glance and silently recited an incantation. Black runes appeared on his index finger and condensed into a black chain. When Rick saw the chain formed from countless black runes on Yang Feng's index finger, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Demonic Lock Chain." Demonic Lock Chain was a spell developed by the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, and it was specially used to enslave fiends. Once the soul of an abyssal fiend was bound by the Demonic Lock Chain, it would be unable to betray or disobey the orders of the caster. This was the first time Rick had seen this legendary spell. Yang Feng said coldly, "Do you want to live or die?" Rick's eyes turned and he said respectfully, "I want to live. Master, please cast the Demonic Lock Chain and engrave it on my soul." Yang Feng got up and pointed at Rick's forehead with a finger, and the black chain entered Rick's forehead. Rick was very respectful and allowed the black chain to enter his forehead. He obediently gave up resisting, and let the black chain wrap around his soul. Yang Feng waved his hand and said coldly, "Stand aside." Rick stood aside respectfully and looked at Yang Feng with a look of awe. "Yes, Master." After subduing the abyssal fiend Rick, Yang Feng's gaze immediately fell on the holographic projection. A trifling fiend was nothing. The Angel Legion and the Saint Legion were the most terrifying enemies. Besides, the experts of the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire could summon the beast emissaries of the Beastman Divine System and the Battle Elves of the Elven Divine System at any time. The beast emissaries were the Beastman Divine System's Battle Legion, while the Battle Elves were the Elven Divine System's Battle Legion. In terms of individual strength, the beast emissaries and Battle Elves weren't the slightest bit inferior to angels. However, their numbers were far less than that of the Angel Legion. Moreover, among the beast emissaries and Battle Elves, only two powerhouses could contend against the 5 blazing angels of the Angel Legion. Even so, the strength of the beast emissaries and Battle Elves shouldn't be underestimated. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the Divine Legions couldn't exert their full strength, and Yang Feng wouldn't have dared to send countless fleets to seal the entrance to the Golden Strait. "I'm willing to pay 30,000 standard Divine Force crystals. Please let me in, Your Majesty, the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Country." An expert shrouded in darkness and wearing a cloak came to the edge of the steel fleet, opened his hand and revealed a storage ring. After receiving the storage ring, a starry sky ripper flew back to the black steel warship in the blink of an eye. "You come here." Shortly after, a starry sky ripper flew to the side of the expert and said. The expert, shrouded in darkness, blurred into motion, appeared on the starry sky ripper, and had the starry sky ripper carry him to the black steel warship. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.